dan Teknologi Kementerian Ekonomi bersama-sama Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal bin Naini, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif SME Corp Malaysia, dan Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, Pengerusi Eksekutif Eden Group. Hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri bagi nyanyian lagu Negaraku. Hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Hadirin yang dimuliakan, bagi memohon keberkatan ilahi, moga-moga perjalanan majlis berjalan lancar. Marilah bersama-sama kita menadahkan tangan dan mengaminkan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Encik Muhammad Syarif bin Abdul Rahim. Tafadhal mashkura.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. InsyaAllah kita mulakan dengan umul kitab Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. A'udzubillahi samii'il 'aliim minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, kami mohon akan Engkau permudahkanlah perjalanan sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan mikro, kecil dan sederhana bersama Kementerian Ekonomi dan SME Corp Malaysia yang diadakan pada hari ini. Jadikanlah ia sebagai amalan soleh yang diterima serta tanda kesyukuran terhadap nikmat-Mu yang tidak terhingga serta rahmat-Mu yang tiada sempadan. Kurniakanlah pertemuan kami pada majlis ini agar dapat memperoleh manfaat dan kebaikan daripadanya, seterusnya terhindar daripada segala bentuk kemungkaran yang tidak Engkau redai. Ya Arhamar Rahimin, sempena dengan majlis ini, kami mohon agar Engkau dapat menggerakkan usaha dan semangat para PKS dan masyarakat khususnya belia Bumi Putera yang mencuburi bidang keusahawanan agar terus kekal kompetitif dan berdaya saing melalui pemikiran secara kreatif dan berinovatif demi menjadikan negara Malaysia ini maju dalam mempertingkatkan taraf hidup. Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, perkukuhkanlah perpaduan kami, pertingkatkanlah produktiviti kami, serta kekalkanlah keamanan dan keharmonian seluruh rakyat Malaysia serta seluruh umat manusia amnya. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ahlihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih kepada Encik Muhammad Syarif bin Abdul Rahim atas pimpinan doa tadi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Teknologis V. Valuvan Velu, Pengarah Bahagian Encik Rizal bin Naini, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif SME Corp Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, Pengerusi Eksekutif Eden Group. Barisan moderator dan ahli panel, pegawai kanan Kementerian, Jabatan dan Agensi Kerajaan, yang berbahagia Tan Sri, Datuk Datin, Doktor, Tuan-tuan, Puan-puan, para usahawan yang dihormati sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Bagi pihak Kementerian Ekonomi, dengan kerjasama SME Corporation Malaysia, kami ucapkan selamat datang ke sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan, perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana. Untuk makluman hadirin, selain daripada peserta-peserta yang hadir di Dewan Mahkota ini, sesi perkongsian kita juga dipancarkan secara langsung melalui Facebook dan YouTube SME Corporation Malaysia. Jadi kepada usahawan-usahawan yang menyaksikan kami secara langsung, jangan lupa untuk kongsikan atau sharekan siaran ini kepada rakan-rakan media anda yang lain. Semoga menjadi manfaat buat kita semua. Hadirin sekalian, memulakan atau cara majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal bin Naini, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif SME Corporation Malaysia untuk menyampaikan ucapan aluan. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada saudara pengacara majlis. Yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis V. Valuvan Value, Pengarah Bahagian Industri, Pembuatan Sains dan Teknologi, Kementerian Ekonomi. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, Pengerusi Eksekutif Eden Group. Ahli-ahli panel dan moderator, ahli-ahli Persatuan Perniagaan dan Industri, usahawan dan warga PMKS. I can see familiar faces here. Thank you for coming. Hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam perpaduan. Alhamdulillah, syukur kehadrat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan izin dan limpah kurnianya dapat kita bersama-sama pada hari ini untuk sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana bersama Kementerian Ekonomi dan SME Corporation Malaysia. Terlebih dahulu saya juga ingin ucapkan saya rasa tak terlambat ucapkan selamat tahun baru kepada semua ya yang hadir, dan dalam masa kurang pada 2 minggu I would also like to wish Happy Chinese New Year to all Malaysians. Dan saya ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih dan penghargaan kepada anda semua yang hadir untuk menjayakan program pada hari ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, izinkan saya berkongsi serba sedikit berkenaan penganjuran program pada hari ini yang merupakan julung-julung kalinya dianjurkan oleh Kementerian Ekonomi bersama SME Corporation Malaysia. Saya juga mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis V. Valuvan dan pasukan beliau dari Kementerian Ekonomi yang mencadangkan kerjasama untuk mengadakan program pada hari ini. Dengan hasrat untuk pasukan Kementerian Ekonomi lebih mengenali dan mengetahui kejayaan PMKS serta memahami isu dan cabaran yang dihadapi oleh PMKS. Mudah-mudahan melalui platform ini Kementerian Ekonomi dan Kerajaan akan terus membantu melalui akses yang lebih baik kepada program latihan, pemberian insentif dan pelbagai kemudahan pembiayaan kepada PMKS, terutamanya melalui SME Corporation Malaysia. Sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana ini diadakan untuk berkongsi pengalaman dan kisah kejayaan syarikat dalam membangunkan perniagaan masing-masing, terutamanya sewaktu negara dilanda pandemik COVID-19, untuk dijadikan inspirasi kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan agar perniagaan dapat kekal berdaya saing dan berdaya tahan. Pengalaman yang boleh dikatakan pengalaman pahit, ya, sewaktu pandemik, yang sangat bermakna semasa PKP akan sentiasa menjadi pengajaran yang berguna kepada kita semua, yang mana ianya membuat PMKS menghayati betapa pentingnya isu yang cabaran yang dihadapi seperti aliran tunai perniagaan, pentingnya ekonomi digital, pentingnya adaptasi teknologi dan inovasi. Begitu juga dengan kelestarian, iaitu sustainability, serta pelan kontingensi yang perlu ada di kalangan warga PMKS untuk terus berdaya saing, berdaya maju, berdaya tahan sekiranya krisis sebegini berlaku lagi. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, pembangunan perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana, iaitu PMKS, menjadi keutamaan bagi kerajaan memandangkan PMKS membentuk 1.2 juta entiti perniagaan, iaitu 97.4% daripada keseluruhan bilangan perniagaan di Malaysia. Dengan sumbangan pada tahun 2021, KDNK sebanyak 37.4%, bersamaan 518.1 bilion ringgit. Begitu juga sumbangan ekspor oleh PMKS sebanyak 11.7%, atau bersamaan 124.3 bilion ringgit Malaysia, dan 47.8%, bersamaan 7.3 juta pekerja datangnya daripada PMKS kepada guna tenaga di Malaysia ini. Walaupun PMKS pada landasan pemulihan yang beransur-ansur dengan pentujuk utama, iaitu KDNK, ekspor dan guna tenaga, mencatatkan pertumbuhan yang positif pada tahun 2021, namun pada hakikatnya PMKS masih lagi bergelut dengan cabaran perniagaan pasca pandemik COVID-19. Ya. Oleh kerana ini, kerajaan, ya, yakni Kementerian Ekonomi berserta dengan SME Corp Malaysia, terutamanya secara berterusan akan membantu syarikat dengan pelbagai cara, sama ada dari segi pembangunan kapasiti atau kemudahan pembiayaan yang pelbagai, bagi memastikan PMKS terus menjadi tulang belakang kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi negara. Hadirin hadirat yang saya kasihi sekalian, SME Corp Malaysia dan Kementerian Ekonomi telah merancang sesi pada hari ini dengan rapi dan mengadakan secara hybrid, ya, bagi memastikan lebih ramai usahawan dapat menyertai dan memperoleh manfaat daripada perkongsian ahli-ahli panel yang dijemput khusus pada hari ini. Saya difahamkan seramai 100, ya, peserta yang menghadiri secara fizikal dan juga secara hybrid, mungkin lebih sebab kita ada Facebook Live, SME Corp Malaysia, dan sesi ini dibahagikan kepada 3 slot yang mana anda akan berpeluang mendapat tip-tip dan amalan perniagaan terbaik dari yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, pengerusi eksekutif Eden Group, ya. Tadi pun Tan Sri dah cerita berkenaan bagaimana transformasinya daripada penjawat awam kepada bidang perniagaan, sungguh menakjubkan, ya. Mungkin nanti Tan Sri bolehlah share ataupun kongsikan. Dan anda juga berpeluang mendapat ilmu dari usahawan-usahawan yang telah berjaya meneroka ke pasaran global, yang mana sesi fireside chat, ya, kita ada Pony Garments, ya. Begitu juga dengan Boom Grow, ya, saya kenali Cik Murali yang merupakan bukan hanya usahawan yang berjaya tetapi juga merupakan seorang pemain badminton nasional. So tahniah kepada Cik Murali dari Boom Grow. Kita ada juga Cik Razali from Meraki, drone company yang telah dibantu oleh SME Corp Malaysia dengan 3 pekerja. Sekarang dah ada lebih pada 200 pekerja ya di bawah program Prestige dan telah menjadi top 20 ya drone service provider in the world ya. Begitu juga dengan Star Medic Cik Johari yang merupakan supplier kepada medical devices, especially the medical ventilators, the biggest in Malaysia ya, dan juga merupakan ikon anugerah leadership semasa COVID-19 baru-baru ini. Jadi banyak yang akan dikongsikan oleh usahawan-usahawan yang berjaya yang dibantu oleh SME Corp Malaysia dan seterusnya. Kita juga ada slot yang terakhir pada petang ini, iaitu merupakan satu slot yang menyajikan bicara inspirasi usahawan influencer. Now, influencer ni very important dalam digital economy especially ya. Kita ada KRU Entertainment, Datuk Norman sendiri akan hadir. Begitu juga dengan Emerald Auto Parts. I met Miss Elsie dan juga Miss Sharon serta Anne Idris from My Mum's Bakery. Jadi saya berharap anda semua akan tunggu sehingga ke akhir program dan pada masa yang sama bernetworking, iaitu menjalinkan jaringan ya, perniagaan dan bertukar-tukar pendapat dan pandangan serta kad perniagaan masing-masing. Tadi pun dah tukar kad, tapi I was telling to Datuk just now, we should actually use virtual card rather than the physical card. Tetapi physical card tu ada maksud yang tertentu. There is a chemistry because it's too classic. Ada personal touch seperti Tan Sri Rahim cakap tadi ya. But the virtual business card also now become the in thing and it can become an eco kind of business card dan juga menjimatkan ya dari segi pembelanjaan nanti. So saya sekali lagi berharap agar anda semua dapat mengumpul ilmu-ilmu perniagaan yang akan dikongsikan oleh ahli-ahli panel sebagai input bagi menambah baik perniagaan anda. Akhir kata, I hope all of you will have a fruitful session. Sekian, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal bin Naini, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif SME Corporation Malaysia atas ucapan aluan sebentar tadi. Hadirin budiman, tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan penuh sukacita mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk Teknologis V Valuable Value, Pengarah Bahagian Industri Pembuatan Sains dan Teknologi Kementerian Ekonomi untuk menyampaikan ucapan. Dipersilakan.
Susah nak angkat. Belum breakfast lagi. Okay, terima kasih saudara Hidayat yang berbahagia, CEO SME Corp, Cik Rizal Naini, yang berbahagia Tan Sri. Thank you very much for coming for today's talk. Oh, ikat di sini. Thank you. Rakan-rakan sekalian, terima kasih kepada semua yang dapat hadir ke pagi ini. Saya memang mengharapkan supaya satu sesi yang interaktif dapat diadakan supaya kita dapat bertukar-tukar fikiran dan juga knowledge and also pengalaman bagaimana kita dapat memajukan perniagaan masing-masing dan juga untuk meningkatkan mencapai hasrat yang dikehendaki oleh kerajaan. So that is the reason why kita adakan seminar seperti pagi ini. You know, kita mempunyai banyak kejayaan yang lepas-lepas dan kita juga ada obstacle-obstacle yang kita hadapi. As the CEO have said just now, kita PMKS merupakan backbone, the economical backbone of Malaysia. Kita ada lebih kurang 97.4% daripada total establishment di Malaysia ni. So we just cannot ignore PMKS. SMEs merupakan salah satu komponen paling utama dalam negara kita untuk memajukan ekonomi negara kita. If you want to see Malaysia maju, mencapai dua aspirasi penting negara kita, iaitu high-tech nation and also agenda negara berpendapatan tinggi, you cannot ignore PMKS. So tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang terdiri daripada PMKS will play the important role. Jadi sebab tu PMKS ni perlu dibantu. So kerajaan di mana-mana dalam negara pun we have three main priority penting untuk PMKS yang kita nak buat. Satu, we need to give confidence to PMKS. Kita tak boleh berada dalam kelompok ataupun kepompong kita sendiri sahaja. That means kita adalah boleh bekal, supply, and then kita dapat dia punya demand and we survive for that day. Itu tidak memberikan apa-apa manfaat kepada agenda nasional. Kita perlu memberikan growth, confidence dulu. Kita kena bagi confidence, keyakinan kepada PMKS bahawa kita perlu mencuburi bidang-bidang yang dapat membantu melonjakkan ekonomi. Lalu sekarang ni kita tengok kerajaan sekarang ni banyak cakap mengenai the economic value chain, rantaian bekalan itu. Kita mesti berada dalam rantaian bekalan. PMKS mesti dalam rantaian bekalan itu. Kalau we are not in that rantaian bekalan, dan mungkin kita tidak berada dalam ekonomi yang besar. So confidence tu perlu diberikan. That's why dalam kita punya rancangan Malaysia ke-12, kita banyak memberikan strategi-strategi yang menggariskan untuk membantu meletakkan, melonjakkan keyakinan PMKS through SME Corp ataupun MITI ataupun kementerian-kementerian lain yang banyak membuat inisiatif-inisiatif itu. Yang kedua, kita perlu memberitahu kepada PMKS ni satu growth. Dia tak boleh berada dalam tempat yang sama. Dia mesti berkembang. Sebab tu kita kena ada strategi-strategi untuk mengembangkan PMKS ni. Kita nak nak jadikan ekspor ke, kita nak masuk dalam rantaian bekalan yang lebih besar. Kalau kita dalam industri, mungkin tuan-tuan dan puan dah dengar mengenai tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Kita mesti melangkah ke arah tu. Untuk pergi ke arah tu, we need to have the third one, kompetensi yang perlu ada. Sekarang ni, kompetensi is the magic word yang selalu digunakan sekarang ni oleh konglomerat penting. Sebab kita perlu kompeten untuk memastikan kita harga dia lebih rendah, quality yang tinggi. Kalau kita tidak ada benda-benda ini, you are lose out in dalam business. I think you know better than me. Jadi kerajaan mempunyai tanggungjawab untuk memastikan tiga-tiga ini perlu dibantu untuk PMKS. So kalau tuan-tuan dan puan-puan baca RMK12, and I hope that it's not satu dokumen yang diterbitkan oleh kerajaan untuk kerajaan, tapi untuk semua. Read about it, and this is because for you. Rancangan Malaysia ke-12 bukan untuk kerajaan saja, tapi untuk orang ramai dan juga untuk pihak-pihak industri. Faham mengenai itu dan see how it goes. That's why kita banyak, kalau research baru yang dibuat oleh World Bank, kita ada lebih 101 inisiatif dari segi kewangan, yang diberikan untuk pendigitalan PMKS. It means 101. And you have read dulu kan, kita belanja lebih kurang 500 juta untuk pendigitalan masa COVID ni. So sekarang COVID dah jadi endemik dan sebagainya. But when we look back to the training pendigitalan yang telah dibuat, what is the return of value yang kita dapat? We have spent the money, but where are we now? So penting sebab I'll just give you an example. Kalau baru-baru ni satu kementerian terdatang kepada ekonomi, ministry, dan dia minta lebih kurang perlu ada grant yang perlu dibantu oleh kerajaan kepada industri-industri. Bila kita calculate grant tu lebih kurang 7 bilion. 7 bilion yang perlu diberikan kepada industri. Cuba bayangkan, kita boleh berikan 7 bilion, tapi kalau kita convert this 7 bilion untuk subsidi, untuk kesihatan dan sebagainya. So, yang tu pun orang ramai dah mula marah kan, kita bagi subsidi dan seni. Cuba bayangkan 7 bilion yang kita nak bagi. But if that 7 bilion dapat membantu untuk meningkatkan yang tadi saya cakap tadi, untuk mencapai dua aspirasi negara, iaitu high-tech nation dan juga agenda berpendapatan tinggi dan worthwhile. Sebab itulah dilema yang kita hadapi di kementerian bila kita ada satu amount yang perlu kita sesuaikan untuk diberikan kepada PMKS. Jadi PMKS tidak boleh berada dalam keadaan yang biasa, sebab kita tengok, sebab tu kita ada jemput mereka yang telah berjaya supaya melihat bagaimana mereka dapat melangkaui obstacles yang telah mereka lalui. That's how they become a champion. Jadi itu yang penting, and I'm sure that Tan Sri will share a lot of his experiences yang bagaimana beliau telah mula daripada small, and then he become now one of the lebih besar daripada meteor company yang ada di sini. You'll be excited sebab saya kenal Tan Sri lebih daripada 15 tahun, and I have learned a lot from him walaupun saya di kerajaan, but we have learned a lot of entrepreneurship daripada dia. Please get this info and then cuba bantu, sebab once you dapat knowledge, you know where you want to go. Kita ada bantuan-bantuan yang diberikan untuk kerajaan yang telah bantuan-bantuan yang diberikan kerajaan untuk khusus kepada PMKS. We have spent a lot of money. I'm telling you, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, we need a lot of apa nak cakap, dia tak boleh benda yang sama keluar daripada PMKS. Saya terlihat, why can't we have our own Samsung, kan? Malaysia ada own Samsung sendiri. You name it lah, big company yang dapat menggerakkan negara dia. Macam Korea, we started dengan Samsung. Samsung dulu dia start dengan jual roti, kan? Start something yang bukan saya minta jual roti, jangan sila saya cakap roti, saya kata Samsung dulu started dengan roti. But now where is Samsung? Dia terlibat dalam mana-mana. It was a big conglomerate dalam memberikan sumbangan kepada GDP negara, dan dia telah melonjakkan Korea Selatan ke yang tahap yang lebih tinggi. And you just remind you, kita dengan Korea Selatan kita started sebagai Asian Tiger. Sama. Hari ini pun ada satu artikel berkaitan dengan Asian Tiger yang berkaitan dengan bagaimana Malaysia telah bermula dengan Asian Tiger. So tapi Tiger telah tak ada. Kita ada, tapi Tiger tu, taring tu tak ada. But tidak terlambat, kita boleh buat. That's why I'm saying the 97.4, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, you are the engine of growth to Malaysia. Kita boleh buat. We can start to do it. We kerajaan, we are here to facilitate, and from our dialogue dengan industri, we found that the communication is one of the biggest problem, dan kita ada banyak inisiatif yang kita sediakan, but it doesn't reach the targeted community ataupun industri yang kita perlukan. So that's why SME Corp have developed MyAssist, which I want to see MyAssist from A to Z. Dia mempunyai starting from A sampailah habis MyAssist. Dan saya harap tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang mereka yang mendengar ni pun dapat mengakses kepada MyAssist. Dan we are willing to support MyAssist to make sure that this is the single portal lah untuk semua SMEs. Apa you nak dana ke, you nak bantuan ke, you nak khidmat nasihat ke, apa ke, that must be a single point. Somebody from Jitra nak dapatkan pendigitalan, dia mungkin tak tahu. Somebody Ahmad from Jitra, dia nak mulakan satu perniagaan, takkan dia nak datang ke Kuala Lumpur. So he need to go somewhere nearest to him. Dan kita tak boleh kejutkan dia dengan pendigitalan, emerging technologies, AI dan sebagainya. Dia takkan pergi. So we have to have very simple way to communicate to him, to Ahmad, saying that, Ahmad, kamu nak buat apa? Dia kata, saya nak buat macam ni. How to go about it? Then it's our tugas untuk bantu dia. But as I said, we need to bring this Ahmad ni dalam value chain yang kita ada. Kita jangan terus bagi dia dan dia buat betul dia akan buat untuk 1-2 bulan, lepas tu dia akan hilang dia punya kesungguhan tu. So that's why the value chain, rantaian bekalan tu sangat penting. We are very good dalam E&E. Dalam sekarang ni kita tengok macam Malaysia ke-12, kita ada aerospace, smart farming. Saya cuba mencari di Malaysia ni ada tempat-tempat yang kita boleh lihat somebody yang can prove to us that they can do better. Dalam contohnya smart farming yang boleh bekal. Sekarang ni kita ada masalah import. Paling yang penting semua orang tahu is makanan ayam yang mahal yang terpaksa import. A few billion kita import ni. So why Malaysia tak boleh buat benda ni? Yang semalam bila ada satu dialog dengan pihak berkuasa koridor, kita dapati memang part and parcel mereka buat. Mereka ada tempat tanam jagung, 75 hari boleh dapat jagung itu dan diberikan untuk makan ayam dan sebagainya. So, kalau bila nak tengok ayam susah dapat harga makanan kecil, tengok telur pun sekarang ada masalah. So we are interconnected. So saya cuba cari SME yang boleh keluarkan idea-idea ataupun produk-produk yang inovatif. So in order to do that, you need to do a lot of research and development, R&D. And I'm sure PMKS ni tak boleh buat research and development sebab kerana mahal. So that's why we need to have a group dalam negara Korea. Contohnya dia cuba buat jadikan 3-4 SME akan join sekali untuk buatkan research and development, R&D. And kerajaan sedia bantu. We have sediakan lebih daripada 500 juta untuk R&D saja. Research and development to be taken by industry. Industry forward, kita sediakan lebih 250 juta for company to take up this grant. Grant is a grant, bukan pinjaman. Grant, government bagi grant untuk company untuk pergi kata saya nak beli teknologi ini. Go ahead please, beli and improve the productivity. Tunjuk kepada kita negara kita ni that we can do. So some believe that people who are sitting here, maybe one day you can be somebody yang lebih berjaya dengan macam saya kata mungkin ada kita punya own Samsung. We have our own conglomerate yang boleh bantu, yang boleh bawa kita punya SME semua naik ke atas. Jadi I hope that today's session, saya tengok the panelists are very good. Please dengar mereka apa yang mereka cakap, which I think you can share with them also. Yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mungkin ada lebih banyak idea. And we have our officers yang SME Corp dan juga Kementerian yang dapat mengambil intipati ataupun isu-isu ataupun new way of thinking yang diperlukan oleh SMEs ni untuk kita gunakan. Sebab sekarang ni kita sedang melihat membuat kajian separuh penggal rancangan Malaysia ke-12. We have done rancangan Malaysia ke-12. Now kita tengok apa yang strategi-strategi yang terdapat ni berjaya atau tidak. Perlu perubahan ataupun perlu penambahbaikan. So this input will also be used as one of the input untuk kajian separuh penggal yang akan dibentangkan dalam Parlimen dalam tahun ini. Jadi saya ucapkan terima kasih lagi kepada Encik Rizal, SME Corp yang kerana banyak bantu untuk SME dan juga untuk hostkan seminar pada pagi ini. Terima kasih Tan Sri, terima kasih you taken your time off to come and share your knowledge, valuable knowledge, dan juga untuk semua tuan-tuan dan puan-puan and also the panelists yang akan membicarakan. Saya harap we have a good session dan I hope that kita lebih berada dalam keadaan lebih informal selepas ini supaya yang ini saya nampak macam lebih kurang macam classroom. Classroom dulu masa sekolah ke apa kita duduknya ni lah. But we want to have more informal lepas ni perjumpaan dengan industri ni, and I just want to tell you that our minister YB Ekonomi yang berhormat Menteri Ekonomi akan mengadakan perbincangan juga dengan SMEs tak lama lagi, which we are trying to organize supaya kita mendapatkan input dan hal tuju baru daripada kerajaan. So thank you very much. So selamat berseminar untuk pagi ini. Thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis V Valvon Velo. Kita mempersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk untuk berinteraksi bersama usahawan melalui aplikasi Meet Me dan juga majlis mempersilakan yang berusaha Encik Rizal bin Nani untuk turut serta bersama-sama. Kita persilakan.
Suara.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih. How are you, Datuk? Tuan Rizal.
Cik Afif, biasanya kita berinteraksi secara one to one. Ya? Kita dah selama kita jumpa one to one. Tapi hari ini kita amat berbangga dan bertuah sekali lah. Bersama saya ada Datuk Walu daripada Kementerian Ekonomi dan Encik Rizal. Kita sebagai Ketua Eksekutif SME Corp. Mereka berdua pun menjadi BC juga kepada kita pada hari ini. Betul tak Walu? Okey. Doris daripada Malawati. KL dekat sini. Okey. Cik Afif boleh, Cik Arif boleh kita beritahu sikit berkenaan latar belakang syarikat lah.
Okey, Alhamdulillah. First and foremost, terima kasih kepada pihak SME Corp lah dan juga tim Datuk Balu. Yelah, sebab adanya meet me ni juga pun kita boleh conference macam ni, yet kita pun senang untuk berurusan dengan para pegawai. So kita rasa seronok lah. So sedikit lah berkenaan dengan kita punya Nuris Enterprises ni pun kami baru since 1987. Tapi Alhamdulillah banyak bantuan yang kami terima dari pihak SME Corp dan juga kaki tangan dan support dengan kami. So Alhamdulillah sehingga hari ini kami adalah 18 SKU. So dengan bantuan-bantuan lain yang kami peroleh ni, kami boleh sustain sampai ke tahun 2023 tahun ni lah. So saya sangat berbesar hati dan mengucapkan lagi sekali ribuan terima kasih. So kalau ingat Nuris tu bolehlah ingatlah antara produk-produk kami ni adalah bawang goreng, sambal pecal, yang ada dekat sini ni pun semuanya atas sokongan dan bantuan agensi-agensi kerajaan, especially daripada SME Corp lah. So terima kasih lagi sekali Cik Rizal, Dato' Balu, Cik Shidi. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Kami ucapkan terima kasih daripada seluruh kaki tangan kami.
Terima kasihlah Cik Afif atas menggunakan platform ataupun modul Meet Me di bawah portal My Assist MSME ni. Merupakan portal yang telah dana daripada kerajaan during penjana. Jadi this is penjana punya dana. So actually very good that a lot of actually MSMEs dapat menggunakannya. Jadi untuk Cik Afif saya nak minta Cik Afif lah war-warkan jugalah kepada kawan-kawan, usahawan-usahawan lain menggunakan portal My Assist MSME. Dia free. And then khidmat nasihat yang diberikan adalah percuma oleh Business Council SME Corp Malaysia. Ni salah seorang lah dia ketua Business Council.
Betul-betul dia mudah. Dia through email, ada pakai handphone pun. So easy kita nak communicate. So tak ada isu kalau kita tak boleh nak communicate after this. Sangat-sangat terima kasih ada sistem ni.
So selamat maju jaya Cik Afif dengan perniagaan. All the best.
Alright.
Terima kasih.
See you.
Ada soalan ke?
Sikit boleh, satu soalan. Okey. Kalau nak tanya dekat sini saya ada banyak, tapi satu ni yang penting. Nak tanya apa perancangan dari pihak Kementerian Ekonomi untuk kami ni usahawan ni untuk tahun ni untuk macam bantuan. Bantuan.
Soalan yang sangat besar.
Nak tanya malu tapi kena tanya.
Yang tadi saya cakap tadilah, yang penting kita kena lihat agenda nasional negara tu sangat penting. Yang penting adalah satu, kita nak jadi high tech nation dan juga negara berpendapatan tinggi. So in order to do that, PMKS memainkan peranan yang sangat penting. Jadi kita mesti memastikan 97.4% PMKS ni dibantu untuk satu, dia mesti ada keyakinan, yang kedua mesti untuk mengembangkan dia punya bisnes, yang ketiga mesti meningkatkan kompetensi. Tiga-tiga benda ni sangat penting. Dan in order to do that, kita ada banyak strategi yang kita telah buat dan kita juga sedang mengkaji strategi-strategi itu. Kalau ada apa-apa pengalaman ataupun input baru, please give to us dan kita akan boleh masukkan. Macam contoh, saya tengok barang makanan dan sebagainya kan. So bagaimana barang makanan ini boleh melangkau lebih banyak ke Malaysia dan juga ke luar negara, sebab kita juga adalah salah satu negara pengeluar produk halal. So there's a lot of platform yang kita boleh gunakan ya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Datuk.
Boleh saya tambah sikit
Terima kasih.
Saya tambah sikit je Datuk boleh since kita live ni kan. Okey. Jadi tadi Datuk Balu dah cakap memang perancangan kerajaan sangat cantik, memang dah ada. Tapi untuk SME Corp Malaysia, saya nak bagi tahu kepada Cik Afif dan juga kepada semua lah yang hadir pada sesi hari ini ni, SME Corp Malaysia ada program-program yang tertentu yang boleh usahawan dan juga PMKS dapatkan bantuan lawatilah website kami smecorpmalaysia.gov.my ni. Contohnya seperti program BIP, program BAP. Yang ni dua program very popular Datuk dan program-program yang lain seperti Prestige program Micro Connector, program tunas usahawan belia Bumi Putra kepada usahawan belia yang ingin memulakan perniagaan. Begitu juga dengan program-program lain seperti program inovasi inklusif, IC pun ada untuk inovator-inovator yang ingin menceburkan dalam perniagaan tetapi pakai idea yang bersifat inovasi. These are B40 innovators lah, pun ada juga. Jadi go to our website ataupun hubungi SME Corp Malaysia. Kaunselor perniagaan kami akan membantulah, memberi apakah bantuan yang bersesuaian dan bersasar kepada usahawan-usahawan yang inginkan bantuan. Kalau nak tengok dari segi dana bantuan tu memanglah terhad dan limited, tetapi apa yang penting adalah kita nak outreach kepada usahawan yang memang memerlukan bantuan tersebut supaya dapat menyumbang kepada ekonomi negara, ya. Yang tu yang pentingnya. Dan yang terakhir saya juga ingin menyatakan kita juga mempunyai event seperti Minggu PMKS dan juga kita celebrate and recognize through our E50 program, Enterprise 50. Dan some of here the participant here today ada yang pemenang E50 lah. So I would like again to congratulate kepada mereka yang telah memenangi Top 50 SMEs in Malaysia. It is a prestigious award lah. Terima kasih Cik Afif dan juga kepada semua yang hadir hari ini lah. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Cik Afif.
Thank you, Cik Sidi,
Kita
Datuk.
memang bertuah hari ni. Terima kasih. Terus direct dengan kita punya CEO hari ni dan Datuk Valu. Okey, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis V Valuvan Velu dan yang berusaha Encik Rizal Naini. Hadirin yang dihormati, hari ini kita sangat bertuah kerana dapat bersama-sama dengan tokoh hebat ini untuk beliau kongsikan pengalaman beliau dalam dunia keusahawanan serta berkongsi perjalanan beliau dalam menggapai kejayaan. Pastinya dalam coretan yang akan beliau sampaikan dapat menjadi inspirasi, memberi inspirasi kepada usahawan-usahawan yang hebat yang berada di hadapan saya ini untuk bersama-sama menggapai bintang kecemerlangan. Dengan itu, bagi memulakan sesi bicara bersama usahawan The Journey, majlis dengan sukacitanya mempersilakan yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, Pengurusi Eksekutif Eden Group. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat pagi, selamat sejahtera, selamat perpaduan. And I think I take this opportunity also to wish you a very happy 2023. This year is very significant for me actually. And I hope this year will be a better year for all of us. Terlebih dulu saya nak sebut a few things I noticed today. First, saya perhatikan Datuk Velu speaks better bahasa than me, I think. Dan so saya nak minta izin kalau masa saya bertutur ni saya gunakan dua-dua lah. And both of them, Encik Rizal dan Datuk Velu, they have a background of private sector going to the public sector. Whilst I was from the public sector going into private sector, which I think is a good move. You can see the drive, the new things that they bring forward, their experience. So that's before I forgot. That's why I just noticed that I got just now. Anyway, terlebih dahulu saya mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kerana sudi menjemput saya untuk berkongsi pengalaman dalam perniagaan. And then to explain the journey that I went through to be where I am. And saya rasa usaha ni macam ni memang baik. Memang baik because not only untuk peserta dan entrepreneurs dan businessmen, tetapi untuk diri saya sendiri juga. There is no stopping in learning. I'm still learning, even at 73, and I enjoy learning. And I noticed that I'm now the oldest people in this room, I suppose. I always find myself there. Dulu saya pernah jadi the youngest, but now times have changed. And at 73, I believe nobody is older than me here. Let me start with this. When I got this invitation, I was thinking that best can I approach this? Pendekatan saya. Saya, because this is a more a personal experience, So I like to approach this sebagai satu sebagai as informal as possible, as casual as possible, as spontaneous as possible, because this is what I call as I remember it, the way I move through. But I have to set the scenario first. As far as my involvement in businesses is about. One, I started business only when I was in my early 40s. That is in 1992. 1992 dengan modalnya RM30,000 sahaja. Dan my office was in SME Bank, tingkat 10. That's where I started alone, and then another 2 accountant from Ernst & Young joined me. That's how I started, 30,000. In 2002, 10 years after that, I was able to take over Eden Enterprise, a public listed company who was in PN 17. That's 2002, through a reverse takeover. In 2022, Alhamdulillah, our shareholders, our shares is about 460 million, with a value of 372 million. If you call that a success, be it, that's a success. But success means a lot of things to different people. A lot of things. Satu, satisfaction. Satu, happiness. Satu, profitability and sustainability. And I would say this. So, to be where I am from 1992 is something that I never imagined. I never imagined that I can go to university. Tak terfikir pun saya pernah pergi universiti, dapat pergi universiti. Pada sekolah saya dulu, saya cakap Cik Rizal, sekolah saya Pekan Pahang dengan serba kekurangan. Masuk universiti pun, masuk UM is the best thing that happened to me. That's the thing. And then lepas tu dapat jadi PTD. Bukan masa tu role model masa sekolah tu DO. DO was the role model. Everybody supposed to be the best of the Malays will join the civil service, because once you get an honors degree, you can go there. That's what I was aiming. Pada sekolah tu belajarlah tu, and the first time in my school record that I managed to do well on my own. Masa tu maths teacher pun tak ada. I don't have a maths teacher form 4, form 5. That's how we struggle. I can relate this letter why this is relevant to my sikap, cara I, all these things. These are things. So from there pergi universiti, saya tak terfikir jadi PTD. Dapat jadi PTD, very happy. Lepas tu dapat melanjutkan pelajaran. I did my advanced economics in Manchester, one of the top universities there. And also a struggle. And after that dapat buat MBA lagi. Out of 50 people selected, I was one of the 6 to do it. And memang saya kata perjalanan saya itu memang penuh dengan cabaran. And of course after that we move into certain scenario, which I will relate later, my own journey. But what I want to say, when you get yourself involved in business, it's not that easy as you thought, as I thought. Masa tahun 1992 sampai sekarang, apa yang kita tempuhi? Saya tempuhi 4 economic downturns. 4 daripada 1992. That means downturn, we have this cycle, economic cycle. And bila downturn, you have all the problems that associated with economy. You can see bankruptcy, you can see people, cash flow problem, people even committing suicides, all those things, those are the real scenarios. And what else I face? I face financial crisis. Remember the financial crisis and the capital control? That's just the real thing that's happening. Of course, tak cukup tu kita ada MCOs. where we have a lockdown and business almost stands still for about 2-3 years. We have what's the natural calamity, macam flood, banjir. Ini yang melibatkan kita semua lah. And we have to make 101 decision. Some decision, right decision, some decision, maybe wrong decision. Of course, we have, on top of that, we have political instability. Baru-baru ni kita ada Perdana Menteri sampai 3-4. Change of government and ministers. That is another problem also. And then, of course, we have expansion. We need to expand. We need to move on under this backdrops. Okay. Saya kadang-kadang saya anggap ni bisnes ni like macam perkahwinan. Perkahwinan. Kita semua hendakkan perkahwinan tu kekal seumur hidup lah. But remember that it's not easy between two people. Sometimes you are successful, sometimes you are not. Alhamdulillah saya ni dah ke tahun 50 kahwin. So tahun ni saya punya anniversary, 50 years of anniversary. So I hope my business and my marriage are kita sama-sama lah. Kalau kita kata berjaya kan. But it's not easy. Sometimes people fail. Because of that, kadang-kadang kalau kita salah cakap, salah tindakan, salah perbuatan, mungkin kalau kat perkahwinan tu kita tak ada nasi kat no food on the table lah. Ataupun baju tak digosok. Golf set kalau yang main tak dapat cari. Itu dia pergolakan dalam perkahwinan. So people used to ask me, I said, what happened to you? I said, dulu I used to have long hair as a student dulu. Long hair pergi. But what happened to your hair? I said, I've been married for 50 years. So that's what wear and tear. But most important thing, your heart is that you're happy, you're healthy, you're okay. That's what we expect from our business too. So these are things that the backdrop that we are facing, and how do we equip ourselves? How do I, from where I was to where I am now and where I want to go, is a journey itself. It's a journey itself. Now, what I'm going to say that I will relate to you this: how do I equip myself and get myself prepared to be in business, which I don't expect. I never come from any business background. My parent was never a businessman. They were guru agama. My brothers, I'm number 13 dari bongsu orang anak yang bongsu dari anak 13 orang. My brothers and sisters are either they are teachers at that time, or government officers, or in the force. I was the last one, and actually I was the first in my family to graduate. All right, to graduate. But after that, my elder brothers took the queue and went to university too. But this is all the thing. Sometimes when you are in that position, you want to challenge yourself. That's exactly when I was from Pekan, when I don't even have a maths teacher. Semua kekurangan, I would challenge myself to do better, and push myself to the extent that I can be. I think that is the thing that helps me, that built my stamina even in business. And of course, I managed to go to university, do well, and Alhamdulillah dapat jadi PTD, Pegawai Tadbir dan Diplomatik. This was from my education life. The words I would say that when I was in school, that thing that disciplined me is I was willing to take up the challenge. Even in the masa tu, kedudukan yang tidak seberkekurangan. Yeah? That's why I did. I moved and be there. In fact, I was from my class, only 3 of us graduated, and I was lucky. I got an honors degree and joined PTD. Tapi the value is still continue. Tapi he is very much my junior, I think. So that's how dalam PTD pula, I think I was involved in quite a number of things that I purposely outside my work. I get involved in quite a number of things, not only sports, but organizing things. I got involved. I was in. Well, I can mention here that my first boss was Dato' Abdullah Badawi. I was in KKBS. That was my first boss. I work with her and we are very until now. And the ketua setiausaha masa tu was Khairi punya father, and he has a different character. When I was introduced to him, he didn't even look at my face. But after that, when I've done a lot of things, then we become close. And from that ministry, it was a new ministry which I was kata put there to look into finance, administration, and human resource. And I was a young masa tu attachment lagi. And you have no choice but tak ada orang. And you have to learn. You have to learn the trade. You have to learn because you become a reference center. And we built up the ministry, and that's where I learned. Sometimes you come from the operating ministry, you learn more than from central agencies. Because after that, I moved on to I managed to get the scholarship, Colombo scholarship, to do my advanced economics in Manchester. That's also another challenging time because my maths is not good, you know, and I have to do econometrics and everything. And it is really, pardon me for saying, it's hell sometimes because you have to catch up with the other people who are already good. But Alhamdulillah, I managed to get, I cleared my advanced economics. And back home, I was posted to Minister of Finance. And Ministry of Finance gave me a lot of experience. I was dealing with, I was in the contract division, handling the armed forces first 2 billion expansion. I was at the technical committees. I chaired meeting where I have engineers, technical people there, and you learn. Even you are generalists, you make decision, but you make decision, informed decision. How do you do that? You get all the engineers. Sometimes you just divide the engineers. Ada yang US train, ada yang Japanese train. Let them work it out. All you must tahu objektif kita, apa dia. Then the combination of that, you make decision. Begitu juga for all the procurement. That's another thing. We have good bosses dulu. I have Dato' Usaini, Sharifah. They are competent people, dedicated, committed officers who give you the rope, taught you the way to do things. So if the last before, in fact, that after that, I did my MBAs. Another struggle again. MBAs to do because I'm converting myself to that, and I'm going into accounting, into public finance and all this thing. But Alhamdulillah, you struggle. Well, my other colleague is enjoying having holidays. I had to work until even during summer to do that. That's what I said. Sometimes when you challenge yourself, you want to do something else, you drive yourself to that level. And insyaAllah, if you are willing to do that, I think kita akan berjaya. That is the thing that you need to do. Alhamdulillah, I pun dapat juga 3 point, I think slightly better than YB Mazlan. Dia 3.75, my GPA was 3.85. So with that one, I came back and I was posted back to the government, but they want me to do another good posting that I got was I was in the Commodity Trading Council serving no other than, kalau you ingat, Tun Ismail Ali. Tun Ismail Ali is not an easy person to deal with. He is meticulous, his English is immaculate. Kalau dia baca tu every sentence, every word, every corner dia reads. And when he came, I remember the first time I sat down, all the board members, they are all industry players. The oil and gas industry players. When this old man like me, but smaller than me, walk in, even the pin drop pun boleh dengar. That's how he can command. But luckily, I was there for only 3 months. I presented my first paper, and somehow or other he must be in good mood. He accepted the paper, but I mean, somebody from JPA, Jabatan Perkhidmatan, asking me whether I would like to be seconded to a private sector. That was the program. They sent somebody, but they want a man to be with finance background. So I said, okay. And I was accepted into the complex Kewangan. I was supposed to go there for 1 year, but uh, they within 3 months into that, they've offered me to be the head of project finance and advisory in Amanah Chase Merchant Bank. It was and I still didn't think that I'm going to be doing the business. But as I said, we went into another 80. I left the service, or I always state that that they kicked me out of the PTD service. I left the service in 84 because I have no choice. I was already offered this, but my salary is there. Finally, JPA said, you have to give up something. See, moving from a government service to a private sector is another difficult decision for me because I'm moving up from a comfort zone. There I'm secured, masa tu acting G, acting G pun masa tu dapat gaji 3,500, very happy. But when I was in the bank, they offered me 5,000 with a car like my boss, Volvo. So I decided to quit. No pension. Sampai sekarang tak bagi pension for after 11 years. But anyway, it was a decision that I made, and I have to make sure that I'll have to earn a living there. But merchant banking experience is another good thing, because masa you are moving from government to this, perception, this I want to share with you also. The perception of private sector to government servant, they don't like to be disturbed, They don't like to be disturbed. So they even wanted to give me a room first. I said, no, I sit with the master training. I sit with the executive. That's why I learned. From there, when I took over the head of project finance and advisory, I have got people who are chartered accountant for 10 years, 15 years, MBAs, and how do you deal with that? And that thing I learned. In the private sector, respect has to be earned. Respect has to be earned. You cannot demand respect. So how to earn that? How do you earn that? You have to work. And from a civil service environment to this, you really have to catch up. You learn about all things in books, MBAs and economics, but in the private sector, you have to really translate that into action. That's where you learn. Even we are looking to the cash flow, we look into the accounting, you have to look into the spreadsheet, which is was great to me before, but you have to learn and you have to take time. You have to burn the night, the midnight candle to appreciate, so that you don't look stupid in front of your boss, your subordinates. If you want to lead, you have to. So those are things that you have to learn for. And then of course there's a lot of projects which I accounted dulu. And the first thing I would mention that Sapura is one of the company that we help. Sapura, and we have I started Centerpoint in Sabah, and many others. And I started. If you remember Silverstone, not Silverstone tire. Silverstone, there's a group of them coming from Goodyear, trying to set up a tire factory because they are all expert, but they don't know how to approach it. You see, and we did right from in fact from A to Z for them. How to penetrate the tire without being killed. Because if they are big enough, the big boys, Dunlop, Michelin, Goodyear, will kill them. If too small enough, it's not economical. So what do you do? And we came up with a plan for them, and Silverstone, what Silverstone now. But it was an interesting exercise, how to penetrate this. And it was a good learning process for me. And what else with Silverstone? We have my last job, besides other things, is the North South Highway. In fact, I was slightly involved when I was in government with Bumi, apa ni, that government side of the before the plus. I forgot that one. But anyways, I was involved a bit. But here, I was doing the advisory and also the financing. The biggest funding requirement, that was 2535 billion. Didn't sleep for almost I think 36 hours preparing the thing, presenting the financial institutions and packaging the thing, because that is another exercise where I have to face my colleague, my ex-colleague in treasury. We have apa? We have because to make it viable, and UM at that time was not financially strong. You have to have a soft loan agreement. You have to have foreign exchange guarantee, and you have to have another thing. This is pseudo guarantee by the government. So these are things that we have to delve with, and finally we structured in such a way that we don't have to borrow overseas. We save. And we do the viability, we did the North Star Highway, finish it off, and I would say that was another good exercise that I learned. When I went through all this thing, actually, consciously, unconsciously, I was equipping myself to go into the business world, because that is a really challenge there. I remember during the bad time downturn, I remember the Lawyat group was in a very bad shape. I remember Tan Sri Lau was in front of me, sitting down. It's an asset rich, but no cash flow. What do we do with that? So that is the thing that we managed to save him and get him out of the woods, and he's what he was because all those exercise, the corporate exercise and finance, this, and of course we raised quite a number of huge funding, and I was there in the middle heading it. I remember doing Pernas 21 billion yen to do. Pernas wanted to build Hotel Istana and also Mutiara Penang. That's a 21 billion yen loan where we have international bidders coming in. And I was in the middle of it, helping Pernas, advising Pernas, and finally presenting our recommendation to the board, chaired by none other by my former boss, Tan Sri Salahuddin, who was the KSP, and then the KSN. One of the things that I tell you really yang kata I rasa terharu and rasa rewarded when he said this. The first one he remarked after I finished all this thing, he just said, "Why is this that?" Dia kata, when these people when they were with us, we don't even listen to them. Now I'm sitting down here, not only listening to them, but to pay them also. That to me was a reward. I keep on reporting to him what he said that. This is the real reward when you feel you have the satisfaction of doing all these things. So these are things that give you the encouragement, the drive. Maafkan saya, kadang-kadang saya bercampur English dan Malay, kalau tak itu tolong tanya saya. So these are things that help me, that brought me, that encouraged me to do something more, pushing me around. And of course, I was also involved in taking over companies, a listing of companies. I was in PASDEC, I was in Far East Holding, I was in a few other countries, and I did a lot of rationalization and turning around companies. Alhamdulillah, when I was in the bank, there's not even one single bad loan. Because the moment I feel that the client is having problem, I will go down and address them. That's what I thought bankers should do, but not nowadays, I think. That's why I always say, when I was in Amanah, this one I hope Cik Rizal will take notes also. Sometimes kita businessman kalau kita nak the fund should be there. Jangan bila kita dah tak perlu lagi, kita no longer there, we are dead already, baru kita dapat. I call it the operation is successful, the patient dies. This is our famous word. Just to tell that we have to give the oxygen to the people, the patient, when they need it, not when they are no longer there. These are things that I think we should talk to the financial institution. These are financial institution is another environment that is very important for the survival of all of us. All of us. So I did a lot of this rationalization. I think 7, 8 rationalization, including Sapadu, Maju group. And the one thing that I must share with you about why companies fail, which we have to know, why companies fail and why companies successful is that two things factor, and is satu integrity. Integrity to me is number one. You must have that integrity. Integrity to yourself and the people that you work with, right? And professionalism. Professionalism, not just your engineers, accountant, all that. No, it is how the best way of doing things. Those are two factors. There are a few more factors, but every time I do a rationalization, these two things comes out. And the last rationalization I did was in University Malaya. That was the last thing I did. And surprisingly, some people, in their zeal to do everything, they don't even know they are insolvent. They don't know their underlying problems they have. They don't know they are insolvent. Because one reason, I think, because they can depend on others to help them. Bila kita ni harapkan macam you depend so much on the government, kan? You forget that you are the one who should drive. I always regard, I was from private sector, regard whatever you get from the government, treat it as a bonus, but you must be successful first. Bonus is given to a successful person as a reward, but not getting from the government first and spend it off. That is thing that you want to start business, you have to come from dalam hati, dari hati kita. So these are things that the experience that I have, experience saya melalui untuk memperkuat, mempersediakan saya. So in 1990, I left the bank in 1990 after I finished North South Highway. That was a very good exercise. Halim is still there. And I decided, I said, if I can help people to be successful, I can do the same with me. But I don't have the modal. But let me tell you this. Modal to me and through my experience is number 2 or number 3. Most important thing that we should have is the brain and the ideas, viable ideas. If you have good ideas, all right, good ideas, viable ideas, you don't worry about the fund. In fact, when I started with turning around my, because I was a financial advisor, I turned around a few companies. Masa tu, I was in past that before listing. All right, past that cannot be. We want to have past that Pahang punya company. Now it's a listed vehicle. They cannot be listed because they have 2 companies who have incurred losses of about 30 million. So the MB asked me, Rahim, because I have the financial back, why don't you take over this one? My goodness, 30 million losses I have to shoulder the thing. So I said, I have no choice actually. I took over and worked it out. But before I already planned what I need to be done. And I have no inkling of manufacturing, no inkling. What do? I learn. When I visit the factory, there's 2 things I always visit: workshop and toilet. And why? If you cannot take care of your toilet and your workshop, I say, or your stores, then you are no good. That's how I look at it. So that's exactly what I did. Get it done, clean up machinery. Of course, you can see the difference. Some other one machine to I rub that. In the book is 1990. Potong, lap. Sekali the pen drops, 1980. Those are what happened. And government companies mostly like that. Because kita get involved, we trust those people to do it. Of course. So those are the things. And once I've done that, I managed to turn around one company. give it back to government. And this one, I created value and get people. One French company bought, and I reinvested into that. That's what I did. That's how I started. And that's a little. Then of course I went into because I don't know about pipelines. Team up dengan Eco of Singapore to do a lateral pipeline. But you learn, you be there. Don't leave it there. You learn, and that pipeline was to Malacca refinery, and that's why I learned and make some money over that, and then took the risk, bid for a power project, but fail. Almost finished off the money, the money that I had, because you have to pay a lot to prepare for. But Alhamdulillah, I got another one through EPU, Master 2 EPU, handling all the privatization. Bid, open bidding. I was the only one open bidding. Tak ada lagi power plant yang ada negotiator or direct nego, but mine was, and the people that went in was YTL, Saib Mokhtar, Saim W, all the big guns. But we were successful because we're the cheapest, because my cost is cheaper, because my overhead is less. Alhamdulillah, we got it. But mind you, dapat is a blessing. In fact, but when I started to implement the thing, it was tough. That was the time when the financial crisis came in. The interest rate was hitting the roof. What do I do? I remember I was in Masa itu Dr. Mahathir was still the Prime Minister. I went to see him. He asked me this question, because I managed to get some funding, everything in place. He asked me, how do you do that? I forgot that he was the Prime Minister. I said, Dato' Seri, it's short of selling my short and pants. Then I tengok dia kat situ, nasib baik dia tak ada senyum. And then finally he officiated that plan in Sabah. But as I said, when you got that, I have no knowledge on engineering, no power plant. But I was practically there almost every day from start, from taking preparing the land, preparing it, and how to install it. I was there all the time. And you learn how to run it efficiently using one criteria, hit rates, all these things. So I had it for the last 21 years. Expired month now is being alhamdulillah extended. So those are things that I've experienced in this during my journey into this. And the second one was, I would like to share you. Of course, I was also lucky. There's a little bit of luck there, because I took over this 30 million losses. The MB at that time, Tun Khalil, said, Tan Sri Khalil, that time, he said, why don't you apply for the land? Okay, so that's why I applied for the land. It took me 2 years. I got the land. And the only thing he told me, I still remember, he said, don't sell, don't be like other people. They sold the land before the letter arrived. That's what happened. Because quick, people kita kadang-kadang kita nak lekas kaya, you know. All right, that's what we do. I still hold the land. I still hold the land, but the value is different. The value is totally different, but it is up to here lah. Dengan pinjam to pay the cukai tanah. Cukai tanah for the last 18 years is almost 40 million. So kat ni. But alhamdulillah, I came in, everybody come in, the land value is totally different. It has not been valued in the book yet. Alhamdulillah, that's what I said. These are things that sometimes there's an element of luck, ketahanan, kesabaran, all these things comes in when you do this. It's just like marriage lah, kata kahwin. Yang tu lah, you kena ada sabar, kena tahan, tak suka pun tahan jugalah. Salah cakap, besok tak makan kita. Salah cakap, kasut pun tak tahu, baju tak gosok. So in business the same thing. So you exit fast, you have problems. So these are things that you learn through this process. And I said one of the things that I want to insist, I tell you, you have to trust yourself. You have to trust your instinct. You have to trust your ideas, and you must have the commitment and the drive. You must have the integrity. Companies fail is not because mesin rosak ke, itu tak ada barang-barang yang sesuai ke apa, it's people. Always remember people. I made the same mistake because from where I came from, sometimes you trust people, but you trust too much pun susah. Same thing. And can I say this also to private sectors? From government, banking, and this one, I think it's more challenging in the private sectors. Sometimes dogs eat dogs. Sometimes any weaknesses in your position, they take advantage, and no qualm about it. That's what I learned, and I pay dearly for that. That is the up and down. Besides all this normal economic downturn, these are another area that you have to watch. Kita jangan, you have to be, if you want to be the boss, you have to know the detail. And you know one person I always talk to, I had dinner with Tan Sri Robert Koch. He gave us the best dinner. And I was asking him because why he's so humble. He's so humble person. He has got, at that time he was having 82 Shangri-La all over the world. But he is just simple person. I asked uncle, how come you travel dengan dia punya paper bag? It's easier. It's lighter than even have to carry the bag. But he doesn't. That's how humble he is. And now he is almost 90 something. I put a note to him within 3 days. I got a response from him. And this is what humble, successful people should be. So those are things that I learned. Not only the environment, not only the whole case, but also people, the right people. And I think if we keep on, because being a businessman, you should be able to communicate. You should be able to plan. You must be able to strategize. You should be flexible in many things, but don't cheat people. Those are things. Don't take advantage. Cheat people. We should go for the win-win situation all the time. So these are things that helped me to start off. And I said, once I got the land, and what do? I need to expand. When I want to expand, what do? I said the best thing is to get a listed vehicle, and Eden was that. But when I was negotiating Eden, I was supposed to be White Knight. There's a lot of things. This is what I said about the business circle. If they take advantage, they will take advantage for you. All right. So by the time I finished, I said instead of White Knight, I was almost blue black, but I'm still standing. All right? And Eden is a good name, and of course I have to do a lot of things. I was never involved in food F&B, so I remember meeting Dr. Mahathir that says, and I said I want to sell Eden. The first thing I was halfway talking, he stopped me. He said, "Don't sell Eden, because Eden has got a lot of sentimental values to many others." So I ended up, because he was the prime minister, ended up spending 80% of my time trying to turn around. Luckily, I've got other assets, my power plant, my land, all inside there. Otherwise, I will be spending 80% of my time on 20% or 10% of the revenue. So after that, when we took over, of course, we have energy section, we have tourism. Another exercise that I also learned when I set up the underwater world Langkawi. I know you know that underwater world Langkawi is under Eden. To start off, this is when Tun Mahathir came back from his Antarctica trips. So he wanted the penguin. This is Antarctica punya bird coming here. So he called me, asked me to do it. He didn't invite me to go to Antarctica, but he asked me to do that because I have got the place. He took me around. The one thing about him, he took me around, and I saw how beautiful it is. And that's why I decided to invest in that, and to start breeding penguin in Langkawi is another ordeal, I would say, to start. And you have to do from the scratch. You have to start from the scratch. And we got consultant from, I think, Frank Todd or something like that, and to help us, because you have to make sure that the ambient, the environment is suitable for Antarctica punya, and it's expensive. And alhamdulillah, we were successful to do that, but there was some shortfall, but it is doing well. So anyway, these are the experience that I have. I don't want to go into specific because there's not specific which I think I can share with you. But I would start to learn what do I learn from this? What do I learn? Success does not come easy. We need to work hard for it. And one more thing, if we depend on others to be successful or achieve your goal, we are bound to fail. Remember, if you depend on others, I for once, even though I was government, I did not go to the government for any project unless I bid for it. All right? Because I think I should be able to do it myself. I'm not envious of people getting the projects, but if they can capitalize it. And always remember, nothing will happen if you don't make it happen. I've been saying to my people, I don't care about 101 reason why you cannot. I only need one reason why I can. These are things that I am telling myself. And I say again, capital is not the main thing to do business. It's the idea and the brain. And that is the one that push you through. Not money can come if you have good ideas. And opportunities come when there's a downturn, when there is problems. There are opportunities. Search your mind, search your idea. You can do that. It all starts with a dream. And we all start with a dream, but you must be able to crystallize the dream, right? Formulate a plan, plan properly. We'll just plan and come up with a plan of implementation and follow through. And of course, role model is one of good thing to do, but I would say there are some good. Jack Ma is one of the good role model that you should follow. And you must know why you have to start. You must know why, not only why company successful, but why company fails. That has give me a lot of insight of things. This is a good start. When we start small, and if we ever fail, it's not so bad. But never give up. Because you give up, you have no more chance. But you try, strive, drive yourself. Trust and honesty is no change for monetary values. So these are a few things that I will share. This experience that I got through what I went through the journey. And I want one more thing, especially to Bumputra. There's no shortcut to success. I've been here for 30 years. I am not retired yet, but I still enjoy this thing. I really enjoy because I want to make sure that I treasure when things develop from zero. That's the thing what you wish we look striving at. And don't say no for an answer. There are so many routes, options to achieve your goal. Kalau ni tak boleh buat ni, you always look for option. And stay hungry and ambitious. Okay? One thing, sometimes I clash with my MD, who's my daughter. She's fantastic. Fantastic. She's bright. And that's my investment return on investment. You must nurture long-term business, never stay involved, stay hungry and ambitious. At my age, I think I still enjoy doing things. I'm looking at things, and I really enjoy hoping to. But only thing I will organize and get other people to do it. You must stay resilient, confident, vision, discipline, and resourceful. Those are things that I think I learned and I'm sharing with you from what I went through, from 30,000 paid up to what I am now. I'm already planning for the next 10 years. I'm not written. And I hope the SMEs should not remain as SMEs. you should move. There are a lot of opportunities. MCO has created a lot of opportunities. And in any downturn, we are expecting recession, but there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of things that can be done. You combine your ideas, I think you will be successful. But success depends on so many things. As I said, I say associate business and marriage. My return is of investment is my children and now that I'm this age, my grandchildren, my 14 grandchildren. If they are successful, they do well, that's my return investment, that's happiness. And then success in business, as long as I still can play golf, I have money today, I can help people, I will do that. And I hope whatever I said can be of help to you, can be of benefit to you. And I believe those are things that I've done. I inch my way. I'm not a true businessman. I'm unique. I moved from that beginning to inch to as a civil servant to a banker to the businessman and to from Sendirian Berhad to a public listed company. And as I said, now we are we are already doing 10 years. So I hope my sharing with you will be of benefit, and I wish you all the best. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Valley and Cik Rizal to organize this. I think it's a good thing. I think we have to do more of this thing, and hopefully that we will be able to impart each other's knowledge and learning. And I still can learn. My problem is also technology wise, I am a bit behind, but I leave it to my children to do it. But I like to see things happening, and I don't even dabble in my shares because I believe in building up the companies first before, and so that the share will stay stable. So itu saja, dan saya mengucapkan selamat maju raya, dan thank you very much for listening to me. It's a bit but I hope it be of benefit to you and for me. Thank you, Dato' and Cik Rizal. All the best and wish you all the well. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Rahim Muhammad, Pengerusi Eksekutif Eden Group atas perkongsian tadi. Semoga perkongsian ini mampu melonjakkan semangat para usahawan kita untuk mengorak langkah maju ke hadapan. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana pada pagi ini akan berehat seketika selama 15 minit. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri, Datuk Datin, Dr. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dijemput untuk menikmati juadah minum pagi yang telah pun disediakan di Dewan Perdana. Dimohon untuk hadirin sekalian kembali semula ke dalam Dewan ini pada jam 11.40 pagi untuk kita teruskan sesi perkongsian pada hari ini. Sekadar makluman kepada yang memandu sendiri dan ingin mendapatkan kadar rata atau flat rate tempat letak kereta, boleh dapatkan cop pengesahan pada tiket parking anda di kaunter di luar Dewan dan kemudian membuat pembayaran di pejabat pengurusan letak kereta yang terletak di aras basement. Pembayaran melalui mesin automatik tidak melayak untuk menikmati kadar rata ini. Terima kasih, selamat menjamu selera dan kita bertemu kembali pada jam 11.40 pagi. Terima kasih. Kepada para hadirin sekalian, kita persilakan untuk semuanya mengambil tempat duduk masing-masing untuk kita teruskan acara kita pada hari ini. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, sesi yang seterusnya adalah Fire Chat from Malaysia to Global dan yang akan menggerakkan sesi ini adalah Yang Berusaha Encik Zaki bin Moh, Timbalan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Pelaksanaan dan Pembangunan SME Corp Malaysia selaku moderator. Dipersilakan untuk kepentingan ahli panel yang lain, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Pony Garments Sdn Bhd, Mr. Murali Krishnamurti, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif dan Pengasas bersama Mikro, Encik Muhammad Razali Ismail, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Meraki Services Sdn Bhd dan Encik Johari Abu Kasim, Pengarah Urusan Kumpulan Star Medic Sdn Bhd. Kita persilakan untuk semuanya mengambil tempat di atas pentas. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, tanpa melengahkan masa, saya serahkan pentas ini kepada Yang Berusaha Encik Zaki bin Moh. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Encik Hidayat, our pengacara majlis pada pagi ini. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih kepada tuan-tuan, datuk-datuk, Tan Sri, rakan-rakan usahawan yang ada di Dewan ini dan juga secara online yang dapat hadir dan menyambung kita punya sesi perkongsian pada pagi ini dan juga kepada rakan-rakan setugas daripada Kementerian Ekonomi dan juga SME Corp Malaysia. So Alhamdulillah kita tadi dah dengar di peringkat yang lebih tinggi lah ya daripada Tan Sri Abdul Rahim, Presiden, bagaimana beliau menguruskan syarikat yang bernilai ratusan juta. Dan Alhamdulillah kita pada sesi kali ini dapat mendengar sendiri pengalaman daripada PKS kita yang saya rasa kebanyakannya dah sampai kategori nak graduate dah pun, bukan SME lagi dah ni ya. Dah nak move into medium kategori dan juga large ya. So Alhamdulillah kita dapat mendengar sendiri selepas ni. Tanpa membuang masa saya nak perkenalkan kita punya panelis. Yang pertama di belah kiri saya Mr. Pratt Wee Shun ataupun Mr. Sean ya. Beliau merupakan ketua pegawai operasi Pony Garment Sdn Bhd. Saya rasa ramai di antara kita kat sini yang biasa dengar je nama ni. Tapi saya terkejut juga tadi ada yang tak pernah dengar mungkin. So siapa yang ada anak dulu masa satu waktu dululah anak kecil mungkin dah biasa dengan jenama Pony ni ya. Dan Encik Sean mempunyai pengalaman selama hampir 20 tahun di bahagian industri peruncitan ya, dan beliau di Pony sebagai COO ataupun ketua operasi, bertanggungjawab di bahagian pentadbiran, memastikan organisasi berjalan dengan cekap dan juga strategi ya, objektif syarikat ya. Welcome Mr. Pratt ataupun Sean ya. Seterusnya di sebelah kiri beliau adalah Encik Razali Ismail. Encik Razali Ismail adalah Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Meraki Services Sdn Bhd. Dan Meraki ini dia menyediakan perkhidmatan drone dan robotik secara holistik ya. Bertujuan untuk mengoptimalkan operasi pelanggan dengan menggunakan teknologi inovatif dalam mengembangkan ataupun membangunkan sektor pertanian, peradangan, telekomunikasi dan infrastruktur. Ini syarikat-syarikat yang berdaya saing, high-tech companies, dia ada hybrid drone, tak boleh beli kat market. Dia kena customize sebab dia combine engine petrol dan juga bateri. So it's a very innovative company dan Meraki ini merupakan top 20 bagi penyedia perkhidmatan drone di dunia dan berkembang pesat di peringkat Asia Tenggara. Yang terbaru Filipina ya. Okay, so banyaklah dia punya kejayaan dia dari segi drone advertising ya, and then untuk AI drone, IoT drone, semua sekali lah ya. So, selamat datang, terima kasih kerana menyertai kami. Seterusnya di sebelah kiri Encik Razali adalah Encik Murali daripada Mikro. Yang ni siapa-siapa yang Mr. Murali Krishnamurti, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif dan Pengasas bersama Mikro. Those yang health conscious, yang nak eat clean, dah biasa kenal lah nama Mikro ni ya. Jadi beliau berpengalaman selama 10 tahun dalam bidang berkaitan pengeluaran makanan yang telah menjadi teras utama untuk menyumbang ke arah pembinaan Mikro, merentasi bidang-bidang kejuruteraan, teknologi, sains dan tumbuhan dan agroekonomi. Secara ringkasnya boleh simpulkan sini yang Mikro ni merupakan future of farming ya. Dan baru-baru ini Mikro disenaraikan dalam Food Tech 500 Global. Ini macam Fortune 500 lah. Tapi ini untuk food technology dan juga sustainability. Ya. So mungkin tadi Encik Rizal dah mention, ya, Encik Mural ini juga merupakan atlet badminton selama 7 tahun, national level. Jadi mungkin selepas ni kalau ada masa boleh kongsi sedikit tips macam mana kita nak stay healthy dan stay fit. Ya. Dan last but not least, di sebelah kiri Encik Mural adalah Encik Johari Abu Kasim, pengarah urusan kumpulan Star Medic Sdn Bhd. Star Medic ini merupakan an established and leading medical corporation in medical pathway management care. Dan kumpulan Star Medic ini merupakan pembekal terbesar medical ventilation di Malaysia dan juga pengeksport barang-barang medical kepada lebih 20 negara, dan syarikat Star Medic ini banyak menyumbang kepada negara, khususnya semasa pandemik PKP, ya, ataupun during kita punya 2 years of PKP lah, ya. So banyak kerja-kerja CSR, walaupun bisnesnya memang agak menakjubkan dari segi revenue especially itu. Saya sendiri berpeluang melawat syarikat beliau. Every inch of the factory itu memang diguna pakai sepenuhnya. Tak ada ruang lagi because the business really grew. Dan alhamdulillah at the same time Star Medic juga banyak membuat kerja-kerja kebajikan CSR dan membantu rakan-rakan peniaga yang lain sebenarnya untuk in the same group of Star Medic, ya. So itu dia kita punya panel ataupun panelis pada pagi ini. Diharapkan kita dapat belajar daripada mereka sesuatu bagaimana mereka menghadapi cabaran. Jadi untuk permulaan, saya nak mulakan dengan Mr. Sean dulu. Mungkin boleh kongsikan dari segi pengalaman bagaimana bermula Pony dan juga how you face your challenges and also your success factor. For the first round ni kita mungkin tak lebih 10 minit untuk kita kongsikan. Silakan Mr. Sean.
Hi, good afternoon. I think first let me thank SME Corp as well for inviting us here to be able to share this experience with everybody here. So hopefully we will be giving some insightful tips as well how to each another grow their own businesses as well. So I hope everyone knows our brand, Pony. So we are in the children business. We specialize in providing fashion garments to the kids from newborn right up to the ages of roughly 10 years old. So we've been in the market since 1992. So it's been 30 years now, 31 I guess this year. So I'm not really the founder, but our founder is still very active in the business. He's still the firebrand entrepreneur that he is at the moment. So sorry he can't make it today. So I'm in replacement of him at the moment. So I guess his 30 years plus journey, and I've been sort of with the organization off and on for around 12 years now. I think I'll put it that way. So it's been quite a while as well. So I guess the major challenges being an entrepreneur it's always about setting your ideas, able to achieve your ideas, and also trying to execute things as perfectly as possible, taking every opportunity that is available out in the market. So for the brand, as I said, we started in 92. It's been challenging as a local homegrown brand. There's always various multiple international challenges, competitions, and everything. But I guess recently, over the past maybe 5 years or so, we've been able to also sort of did establish a bit of a foothold in certain other markets out of Malaysia itself. So currently, we are active in the Southeast Asian region. As well as I think majorly we are also quite active in the Middle East markets as well. So we run our business not through our own investment, but we run through a program like a business partner franchising program. So I guess it's been okay. I guess also everybody knows for the past 2-3 years, for any retail company, it's always a major headache. In Malaysia, the lockdowns, I guess not really only in Malaysia with our business dealings out of Malaysia as well. There's also been lockdowns. There's also been multiple barriers to continue the retail business because we've always been constantly, I guess Malaysia also has been very much in tune to the physical stores. I guess the infrastructure, the development in Malaysia itself actually allows a lot of consumers to be 5 minutes away from the nearest mall. So that's why we as Malaysians, we really have a very strong mall culture. We tend to visit the malls very frequently. So with the pandemic, with the closures, locations, outlets, all cease operations. That's where our business mainly come from. So as you can know, during certain periods of time, it's practically close to zero revenue. So the past 2 years has always been challenging, but I guess we are also very optimistic with the reopening, with the endemic period now, with the growth of the economy, hopefully, with also a certain level of stabilization within Malaysia itself in terms of the political arena, and with the help of certain levels of governmental services and everything. So in that sense, we hope for a better year ahead and also better times ahead. So at the moment, this is sort of our company background. So anything, I guess we will have a question and answer sessions later, and I hope we can share more about that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sean, on the sharing, especially the struggle, because kita rakyat Malaysia ni suka ke mall, tapi bila ada pandemik semua orang terpaksa duduk rumah. But actually dia punya website very interesting, sekarang ni, you can buy all the garment, all the pakaian tu secara online, and then the package dia sendiri, up to RM50 what things you can get. So actually it's a very good proposition lah, Alright, maybe kita boleh dengar later lah more on that from Mr. Sean. So I want to go to Mr. Razali. So sila, because this is very, as I said earlier kan, dia high tech companies, very unique, baru kat Malaysia ni. So business pun very, apa kata orang, very unique lah. Tak ramai orang boleh masuk. So silakan Cik Razali, can you share your experience?
Thank you, Tuan Pengerusi Majlis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning, Dato' Sir. Okay, before even I go to drone, where was I? Just in case all of you don't know, I was a police officer. Okay. 3 paku tu kan. I left the bandar uniform, alright, because I wanted to do something on my own. Alright. My parents were crying, No, I mean, leaving a government sector job is something that your parents will never allow you. Trust me. So they said, no way, you. And the baton was brought because my dad was a police officer. So the eldest son ni, dia kena ambil baton tu. And that's the tradition. Police ataupun mana-mana government sectors ni, dia memang ada that tradition. Alright, so after 7 years of being in I was the head crime division in IPK Selangor. So it was enjoying kan, muda and so bang pintu apa semua tu kan dengan pistol apa semua tu. So it was really entertaining, enjoying, and buat ops malam apa semua tu. But along the line, I started to take my MBA, right? And then one day I felt that this is not something that I want to do. So I went back to my dad. Dia kena dapat kebenaran, your blessing of your parents dulu before you start to go out. So then I said that I think I don't want to move with this and I want to look into different sectors. So I went to 1-2 GLCs, private sectors, and I started this Meraki. I mean, I built this Meraki 30 plus when I was in 30 plus. And just untuk tuan-tuan 30 plus is not an age of you said that, oh dah lewat nak buat business. No. Okay, even I was at 35. So even at that point of time, I was having zero knowledge of business. And kita tahu pegang pistol je, bukan tahu buat apa pun kan. So but that MBA taught me a lot. So with that, I started to look things. My MBA, I'm in facilities management. So I started the company, humbly started the company in 2018 in facilities management. So that's where my civil engineers, panjat ni security guards, apa semua tu. So when I started with that, okay, trust me, in Malaysia itself, there are 632 FM companies. 632. Kita baru masuk nuclear on the blocks ni 633. If even you go for a tender, kan direct walk tu jauh sekali lah. And even you go for a tender, kan, you will never even slip through the second gate. First gate tu masuk mohon apa semua tu, second gate you are out because there's Sodexo, JLL, UEM, Magenta, many other companies I can name you. Okay, so you are never even the first. So in 2019, what I did was I brought the team. I mean masa tu ada sikit je, dekat 4-5 orang je. So I brought them to an island. Tak bawa phone, tak bawa apa semua tu. So when we started to have that, I want them to look into how we can transform facilities management to a digital company. No phone, no nothing. I tak bagi dia orang bawa phone apa semua tu, and I said, how do you survive? Okay, so with that paradigm shift in 2019, we started to look into things differently. Okay, that was the first one. Masa kita buat construction apa semua tu, kita gunakan daripada orang panjat apa semua tu, kita gunakan drone as a tool, and we build a software of whereby taking pictures and putting in a software to ensure that senang untuk kita punya developer, kita punya construction company, etc. etc. That was the first time in 2019. Okay, so that was our first humble little journey. And we started with MRCB apa semua tu. So panjat ni apa semua tu dia memakan masa 2-3 bulan to get you the whole entire pictures. With that you can get within hours. And then you put in the software apa semua tu, you build. Then after that we build AI apa semua tu. So that's where the whole thing started. 2020 Tan Sri Muhyiddin pula kata tutup pintu, duduk rumah dah pula kan. So trust me that when there is one challenge come to you, please do not take it as a challenge. I tell you what I did. I bring this 4 to 5 people. Kita memang tak boleh pergi office apa semua tu. I rent a condo. This is true story ya. I rent a condo. 3-4 orang kita punya R&D ni duduk dekat dalam R&D. I minta drone I minta food panda dengan Grab hantar makanan kat dia orang, tinggal kat sana apa semua tu, and we did from designing 3D design a drone until after 8 to 9 months we develop our own drone. And our drone is not as 99%. Sekarang ni dekat Malaysia ada semua kan. We are not the same as other drones because when we saw we don't want to do something that other people do. We are the only one in the country yang buat hybrid drones. Hybrid drones, to give you an example ya, hybrid drones the difference. If a normal battery drone can fly for 10 minutes, our hybrid drones can fly for 1 hour. That's what I bring to the client. Okay, so 4 times you need to fly, tukar battery, we are still flying. So the efficiency of our drone is solid. From one drone, today in 2022, we have roughly like 64 drones today. Okay, from one drone. Okay, terima kasih juga dekat SME sebab bantu kami untuk dapatkan sedikit dana untuk kami dapat pergi pula ke Sabah Sarawak. Okay, and from pilots yang kita ada pada waktu tu, okay, so when we started with that, so from pilots yang kita ada 4-5 orang, kita ada sekarang ni 160 drone pilots. Okay, and we are still sourcing. We need roughly by next, in this quarter itself, we need another 100 more pilots. Alright, and I give you a story. I give you a story of my head engineer. Sebenarnya benda ni benda baru. If you were to go to China, if you were to go to US, apa semua tu benda ni kita punya hybrid drone ni is benda baru. So you don't have some reference anywhere. So what I did was, do you know? You see, that's why we need to think differently. When I took this, my head engineer, okay, I have nothing against everyone, right? But he was a mat rempit. I tell you the truth. He was a mat rempit. Okay, dia ni mat rempit ni, dia orang ni pandai buat engine. Memang pandai. Sebab dia nak brum-brum apa tu. If you were to hear my drone, dia punya drone punya bunyi tu, memang macam mat rempit. Kan? Memang kelas. Kan memang kuat. Kan? Tapi dekat ladang tak ada siapa lah ambil tahu kan. So memang kuat. Kami memang pakai yang dia kata power lebih sikit. Okay? So this head engineer yang saya ada ni, so he was marempit and he was doing his own, dia ada dia bengkel apa semua tu. So I saw his ni, orang Pahang, okay, brought him on board, okay, told him that this is the engine, boleh tak you buat drone, okay. So with all these people in that very condo ni, okay, condo bagi saya mahligai lah, kan, from that very small 500 square feet, kan. So we did that, and today he is not, you know, dia macam orang yang tak apa yang dia SPM holder apa semua tu. From today yang cakap pelat Pahang dengan Terengganu apa semua ni, today he can speak with Japan, China, US. Dia boleh bercakap dah, kan. So that is the level. So these are the leftovers that we never want to look into leftovers. No, they are not the leftovers. Right? Everyone have their special skill. Sebab itu saya bawa dia, okay, bawa today he is already guiding 40 of our engineers yang keluar daripada graduates. 40 of our engineers, and is guided by him. Okay, so this is something that we want to use things innovatively. Right, so that is something from, I mean, my humble little story that I have to share with all of you. So never give up, and every challenge is an opportunity. Thank you.
Okey, terima kasih Encik Razali atas perkongsian. Menarik ya. Kalau macam apa ni teknoprat di apa ni teknologi di apa Klang Valley, apa di Silicon Valley banyak yang bermula di garaj ya. Syarikat ni bermula di kondo. Mungkin advance sikit lah di kondo ya. Jadi alhamdulillah very unique punya kaedah untuk mengatasi kekangan PKP masa itu, dan alhamdulillah you recognize the talent yang ada di kalangan anak muda kita untuk membantu syarikat berkembang besar. So terima kasih. Kita akan ada soalan tambahan selepas ni. But I want to move to Mr. Murali. So Mr. Murali, I mean boom grow, smart farming is something yang kita kena ambil berat sekarang ni ya, dari segi food shortage, So I think our audience nak tahulah lebih lanjut lagi how you start, and then other struggle that you are facing in terms of convincing the market to accept your product, and also your way forward lah selepas ni. Silakan.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Is my voice clear and audible at the back? Good. Okay. Thank you, SME Corp, for having Boomro here today. So I'll just start off very quickly around why we started Boomro. So there are three founders to Boomro. So that's me, and then there's Jay and there's Shan. So three main founders. Two of the founders, so Jay and I, we are married. So we are married founders. So we used to live in the UK many years ago. We had come back to Malaysia in 2007 to start a family. So when we had come back here, the first thing that we noticed was, I mean, of course, you come back, you settle down, you look for a house, you go grocery shopping. And that's where it all began to say the state of affairs in Malaysia around fresh food, fruits, vegetables was very different from the UK and Europe, for example. So there it was very transparent. You had a lots of choice, and the price disparity between organic and non-organic in UK and Europe was not more than 30%. When you started buying here, it was 300%. And that was a very big question for us in terms of why. The second thing we also noticed was the usage of lots and lots of chemicals in the food, which then created the huge gap between the organic and non-organic, which meant that a lot of consumers, because they don't have any choices, they have to consume what they have. So the market is flooded with lots of produce from China. We import about more than 6 billion ringgit worth of vegetables alone. So this is just the vegetables, not looking at food as a whole. And a lot of that comes into the country, and what Malaysia receives, because we speak to our compatriots around the region, Singapore receives the much higher quality of produce that comes in from abroad because they can pay. So what comes here is not even anywhere near what Singapore gets. So when we looked at it, so one frustration we had was because we came here to start a family, to have a good family with the kids. We didn't have access to that what we were hoping for. Number two, we went around the country to look at a lots of outdoor farms. And outdoor farms, we looked at those 5 acres and below. We spoke to about 45 to 50 of them. All of them, there was no next generation there. You will not see a younger person, the next generation, in outdoor farms because it's dirty, there's no income sustainability, outdoor farming cannot be insured. If it's a wipeout, it's a wipeout. There's no insurance company producing that, and lots of foreign labor. So second thing we were curious was, do you need foreign blue-collar labor to help with your food production? So the first was around quality and transparency and traceability. The second was foreign labor. The third issue we then looked at was food being transported across the world is one of the most dirtiest or polluting sectors. It travels a long distance. Even from Cameron Highlands, by the time it reaches our plate, it's 4 to 5 days because of the various chains. So the next thing we looked at was how do you do it sustainably where the farm is close to the consumers? So food travels a minimal distance. You get access to fresh food. We don't need to use preserving chemicals when you put it on the truck. That's the third element. And the fourth element was moving forward, how do we then democratize food so more people are able to do it? So that was the founding principles of Boomro, of why we did. Today, we have been growing steadily, and of course, the MCO was a burden because our largest segment that we serve is the B2B, hotels, restaurants, supermarkets. A much smaller segment was the B2C. So when the MCO had happened, when there was a lockdown, fortunately for us being in the agri-business, so we could operate during the MCO as well. But what we did was we then pivoted because a lot of demand had come through. Everyone who was working out there, they were now all at home, cooking and feeding their families. So we then very quickly pivoted because the entire B2B almost collapsed. There was nothing there. No one is going to hotels and restaurants. So we pivoted the business into the B2C business. So that was one of the lessons that we learned. So the lesson that we learned was we needed to be very, very agile in the way we did it. So when you look at the three founders, none of us had background in agriculture. None of us had background in technology. We've never planted anything in our lives. But what we had was a passion, a curious mind, and we were sick and tired by being told it cannot be done. When we first started, so a lot of the current investors ask us, why has it taken you so long to get the traction? The company was formed in 2014. We went through every iteration out there. So we took a research-based approach when we first started to test the systems. The vision for Boombro was to be able to produce the farms in Malaysia and ship it out to around the world. That was the vision. So to do that, we needed to know every system out there, the pros and cons of each system, and how scalable the systems was. So we then developed our own system. We were very fortunate to be supported by SME Corp. From day one until now, there was a grant that we got, and that was our technology grant. With that, we created a system that's patent pending. So we are currently the only company out there where we farm indoors. We don't use pipes, we don't use pumps, we don't use running water. And that system is patent pending. We filed the patent in Malaysia, we filed the patent in Philippines. We've got a farm that's going live 2 weeks from now. We're filing patents in Singapore, Thailand, and Indonesia. So by Q2 this year, we should have presence in at least 5 countries. So the other lesson learned that we had was, you need to struggle, you need to suffer first if you're going to build a scalable business. There needs to be barriers to entry. We could have just taken anything off the internet or through YouTube and done a business, but there would not be any protection. You cannot scale. So the second thing that we learned was the need and the passion to go deep into your business is fundamental. If you do not go deep into your business to understand every lever of your business, the technical levers, the marketing levers, the financial levers, the customer levers, one of it will give way at some point. So we took that. So we took a longer gestation period. We took a longer journey. And now we survived the MCO. So, God bless. We are very fortunate for that. And now we are in commercialization mode. So last year, we launched in total 6 farms around Malaysia. This year, we are launching 42 farms, out of which 25% will be outside Malaysia and Southeast Asia. That's where we're going. The sectors that we work with are property developers, the oil and gas sectors, the healthcare sectors. These are the new sectors that are coming on board because everybody wants to look at food. So the biggest challenge that everyone is facing was around food, around cost, around supply chain. Sometimes I share this with our staff. For all the wrong reasons globally, we're in the right business. And that's a fact. So when Russia and Ukraine happened, a lot of food, the cost just went up by 45%. Our seed cost went up a lot. So we need to live with that. So planning ahead and hedging all your financial aspects is fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley, on the sharing. I think it's very interesting. One of the key points tadi saya nampak, go deeper into the business and understand every aspect, every levers of the business, so that you make sure that every levers tu taken care of dan tak ada yang fail lah. So that's a good sharing, dan later kita akan ada more question about it. So Encik Johari, silakan berkongsi pengalaman. I think interesting, you directly involved. Yang ni memang terkesan. But Encik Johari ni dia directly involved in helping the nation lah untuk combat COVID-19. Silakan Encik Johari.
Terima kasih Encik Zaki. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Pertama-tama terima kasih kerana menjemput saya pada pagi ini. Saya cerita sikitlah pasal Star Medic ni. Apa kita buat, apa bisnes kita. Star Medic tahun ni kami akan celebrate 18 tahun lah in existence. Alhamdulillah. Kita start tahun 2005. Masa tu kami just traders lah, kami import. Masa tu kami fokus kepada ventilators. Ventilators ni in the recent pandemic quite famous lah. Kita memang sentiasa tak cukup ventilators ni. Beberapa kali pandemik dah, Malaysia memang tak pernah cukup. So tahun 2005 kami bawa masuk ventilator, kami import daripada Switzerland, kami invest dalam knowledge teknologi dan kami start promote. Alhamdulillah selepas 18 tahun kami adalah yang terbesar di Malaysia lah ventilators ni. Satu Malaysia dan Brunei, kami punya rights of distributorship untuk Malaysia dan Brunei. Pada tahun 2010 tak salah saya, kami come to a point whereby kami rasa kami perlu membesarkan perniagaan kami. Kami sampai stage nak remain kecil ke ataupun nak pergi besar ke, apa-apa kami nak buat. So we gather together dengan kami punya all the founders dan kami decide memang kami nak kena buat besar lah. Masa tu kami start kami start dengan 4 orang staff. Alhamdulillah sekarang dekat 80 lebih. 2010 kami come to a point, kami kata kami tak boleh remain semacam ni. Kami kena buat something. So kami invested into manufacturing. Kami first produce disposable product, pre-fill bubble humidifier product, dan kami get it to be certified. Macam semua orang tahulah, medical industries ni one of the strictest, dia punya regime of testing, regime of audit tu sangat strict. Took us almost 5 years lah to get our certifications. Untuk buat satu produk saja. Produk tu pre-fill bubble humidifier. Sekarang ni di dunia ni cuma ada dalam, tak salah kiraan saya, ada 12 syarikat saja yang produce benda tu sebab dia punya gestation period is very long. Teknologi investmentnya sangat-sangat tinggi. Alhamdulillah sekarang ni kami dah invest dan kami dah export lebih kepada 22 negara lah. Negara yang paling baru sekali kami export ke Germany lah baru-baru ni. Medical device ni macam kita semua tahulah, dia requirements memang very high. Masa pandemik hari tu is actually a blessing in disguise to us lah. Kami punya export triple. 3 kali kami minta dengan MITI untuk dapat kelulusan, special kelulusan untuk operate 100%. Sebab dia punya demand tu terlampau tinggi dan all the clients semua nak cepat. Kalau order hari ni, besok nak suruh hantar. So that's how difficult it is lah. Dan kami punya ventilator business was picking up during that time. At one time kami receive an order about 2,000 unit of ventilators. Kami import daripada Switzerland sampai ke, ni share sikit story lah. Sampai ke New York, kapal tu kena rerouted pergi hantar ke US. Kata atas arahan Presiden Trump masa tu katanya. Disuruh hantar ke US dulu. Of course during that time nobody can say no to President Trump lah. So kita dapat lambat sikit lah masa tu. That's why we are shortage very bad. During pandemic, of course masa kami punya doing alhamdulillah quite okay. Sekarang ni kita ada 3 factory producing medical and medical related product dinilai. Satu factory yang buat kami actually invested in agriculture, serai. Actually the reason kami buat tu adalah untuk extraction ni lah, untuk complementary medical products di Melaka. InsyaAllah kami akan buka satu kilang di Indonesia tahun ni, hopefully Indonesia pada second quarter this year. Dan kami juga ada klinik lah. Klinik kami, klinik medical klinik, sekarang ni ada 2 di Melaka, 1 di Istanbul. Dan klinik kami ni sebenarnya lebih kepada CSR lah. Kami ada klinik di Melaka. Kenapa Melaka? Kenapa di Lubuk Cina? Orang tanya kenapa letak klinik di Lubuk Cina? Sebenarnya nak nak bantu orang kampung je. Kami kadang tak charge pun orang ni, ambil ubat macam tu je. Masa pandemik hari tu, saya ada satu prinsipal lah, dia panggil hablum minallah, hablum minannas. Hablumullah kita masing-masing lah, hablum minannas kita, macam mana kita nak as a better person, actually a person who actually give benefits to other people. That's memberi manfaat pada orang lain. So masa pandemik tu kita ada buat banyak program yang kita bantu almost satu negara lah. Kami bukan food banknya dengan penyembur untuk membunuh kumannya, dan pelbagai-bagai program lah kami buat untuk membantu masyarakat lah, alhamdulillah. Jadi itulah antara sikit saya punya berkenaan dengan Style Medic. Style Medic ni it was built on, of course, tears and bloods and all the hard works lah. Saya ada satu core values yang saya sangat emphasize kepada semua staff-staff saya lah. Kalau diorang datang kerja, diorang mesti boleh hafal benda ni. 4 perkara wajib mesti tahu. Satu is sidik lah. Dia mesti ikhlas buat kerja. Kalau saya bagi diorang satu responsibility, mesti diorang buat ikhlas untuk kerja. Perkara yang kedua sangat penting bagi saya untuk staff-staff saya adalah amanah. Sidik amanah, iaitu amanah tugas yang diberikan mestilah dibuatnya sesungguhnya. Yang ketiga adalah tablik. Tablik maksudnya menyampaikan, tapi dalam konteks pekerjaan adalah untuk menyelesaikan tugasan yang telah diberikan. Dan of course lah sekali fatanah. Fatanah maksud bijaksana. Mereka mesti menyelesaikan masalah ataupun kerja mereka dengan profesional, produktif dan ciri-ciri ni lah yang saya emphasizekan kepada saya. Salah seorang staff kat sini, saya mana tadi, kalau saya suruh dia berdiri, saya cakap boleh remember tak, dia mesti boleh ingat semua-semuanya. Jadi itu yang perkara yang saya sangat tekankan pada staff saya. Since that everybody is explaining about dia punya personal background, saya pun nak cerita sikit lah. Saya punya background, saya ni sebenarnya ex-banker, lebih kurang macam Tan Sri tadi lah, tapi of course lah dia very senior lah. Saya serve dalam dekat HSBC dalam corporate lending dan risk management for almost 12 years lah. Sebelum saya decided, saya punya gelora untuk berniaga sendiri ni sangat tinggi, tapi saya fikir takkan saya nak buka bank sendiri kan. Jadi almost next to impossible lah. So that's the reason why, one of the reason, one of the drivers yang actually saya get into the business and everything. Terima kasih.
Okay. Terima kasih Encik Johari atas perkongsian. Cukup menarik tadi ya, the last part tu yang sidik amanah, tablik patona tu. Kalau pergi ke kilang dia, benda tu terpampang besar kat depan. First thing that you can see is that the sign at the factory. So alhamdulillah, dengan sebab itulah mungkin ya banyak kerja-kerja CSR yang Encik Johari dan Style Medic laksanakan sepanjang tempoh kita menghadapi pandemik ini. Okay, let's move kepada second round of kita punya Q&A ni, just simple one ya. Encik Mr. Sean in terms of course you have received some of the benefits from bantuan kewangan di pihak kerajaan sebelum ni. Can you share with us in terms of how it helped your business? Yeah, I was told that it is very much in form of assisting in the technology adoption, right? And also your vision lah for the next 5 years, because textile industry ni, you know, ramai yang buat, and then the competition is quite stiff lah, yeah. So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, yeah, using the technology that you have currently? Silakan.
I guess the most important thing, it comes from the challenging times of the pandemic and MCO. As I was also mentioning it from the just now in the first session, sometimes no matter how strong your organization can be, when you're faced with such big challenges, you still face challenges, especially when I say there's no revenue. That's when our cash flow become a problem. We wanted to do a lot of things. We wanted to pivot away from things, but all this requires resources. I guess SME came in to really did help us certain level of the resources to help us pivot away as well. So one of the resources that we got from SME is to allow us, as I said, we were very brick and mortar stores, we were offline stores, we were physical stores. So when we really wanted to pivot away and say, okay, e-commerce is booming all around the world, but in terms Malaysia's maturity at that point of time was still very much as infancy. There's not a lot of volume being generated, although there's a lot of PR being generated. So during pandemic, we have to try everything, I guess. Whether the market is ready, whether the market is mature enough to go online, to purchase online, to build the volume online that can cover most of your revenue. Well, it's all about, I guess there's a high opportunity, but it's never for certain. And given that we were having some cash flow issues, we asked SME Corp, can we get some help there? So one of the biggest help that we got was to really upgrade our hardwares, our computer systems. As you see, when we pivoted away from that to really serve our customers online, our operations was set up in the sense that it could only manage, let's say, 50 to 100 orders per day. The integration, we needed more digitalization, we needed more automation to allow us to then scale up this thing from 100 orders maybe to be able to process 1,000 orders to 2,000 orders per day. If not, the revenue just doesn't make sense. Okay, so basically what SME Corp helped us is in the sense that we really got that funding to allow us to fast forward the investment into allowing us to integrate all our systems together to improve our operations system so that we could scale up our fulfillment. That's one major thing. And not only about filling up fulfillment, I guess the digital world, the online world is also a very fast moving world. So technology today, it's obsolete the next day. So that was also a very important thing that we have to look into. So in that sense, that I would say was one of the biggest thing that would allow us to, continue until today and also look for a brighter future in the next 5 years. And coming back to the question, what is the next 5 years? How is it? It's retailing. It's a very how put it. Age-old industry. I guess there's nothing much new if you talk about retail alone. But I guess retailing it's not just being stagnant. It has also grown across the ages, I guess, because consumer behavior, consumer demand, consumer wants are all changing as it goes as well. So what next 5 years is, I'll maybe point it to a very simple one thing. Last time, maybe there's more interaction. As an entrepreneur, you're able to do a face-to-face with your customers more often than not. When they come into your store, you can talk to them, you can understand what their needs and wants are. But I guess as you move it, if you want to scale it up, then I guess automation, digitalization, and all these kind of things will have to be very key important, because that's how you will understand your consumer. Especially on the online segment, the data that is coming in, how their purchasing behavior, how the journey in terms of understanding certain products to then making the decision to buy that certain products and then to consume it, and at the end of the day provide a feedback to improve the whole service or the product. That is all very important as well. So I guess not only about the next 5 years, I guess it's an ever-changing kind of industry as well to me. So the data of your consumer, the next level of understanding of your consumer, the next level of understanding what is the next trend that is happening will be very important. So that's how we see it, to be able to continue to challenge, to provide what is relevant to the market, and not just about, oh yeah, we are a brand, you know our brand, you know our product, we just put out the product, you buy the product. No, consumers are very discerning nowadays. They have their wants, especially in a world where there's so many choices around. So that's how we see ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Sean. There's a lot vision for the next 5 years, and also what we can learn in terms of how to move forward. And I thought tadi kita bincang on technology, how technology actually can really assist for business to thrive, because currently dengan with the escalating interest rate environment, so you want to go into export countries also banyak yang kenakan ESG, low carbon emission. That's another area yang kita kena explore, and I think technology is one of the aspect that can assist us. Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Let's move kepada Meraki, Encik Razali. So, in terms of doing business overseas, especially yang labor cost dia masih lagi rendah. Yeah. So how is your strategy lah, macam mana nak convince pemilik ladang ni supaya menggunakan teknologi drone untuk menguruskan ladang sedangkan cost labor masih lagi rendah? How do you convince them basically? Silakan.
Thank you, Pengurusi Majlis. It's a very interesting question, but let's go back to the condo. The condo. Tu tempat bertapak kena ingat selalu, kan? So when we started in this condo, one drone, nak buat satu drone ni, roughly is 100,000, lebih kurang 98,000 to be exact, satu drone. Okay, so just imagine how much investment yang you perlukan untuk sampai sekarang ni kita dah ada dekat 60 drone apa semua tu. Kocek dah kering dah, trust me. Okay, so it's not an easy time. Maknanya daripada 2020 sampai 22 ni, 2 tahun apa semua tu is pure like what kita punya rakan kita bagi tahu, blood, sweat, ini dah blood pun dah tak ada dah ni. So it's a pure struggle. So I think because of that, when we started bringing our drone out, the first hybrid drone in the country, first most important thing is whenever you do things, you must look into out of the box. Kalau orang tu dah ada benda yang anda ada, don't do. Jangan buat. Because if you were to copy and do things as what others do, then you will be same as them. Be a risk taker. Be a risk taker. Okay? Whether it goes negative or positive tu, Allahualam. Kita doa, tawakal. Okay? Siapalah tahu mak rempit yang saya ada ni boleh 50 orang dia boleh engineer ni apa semua tu di seluruh Malaysia. Tak ada siapa yang dapat tahu. Kan? Tapi risk taker. Kan? Kita dapatkan disiplin dia apa semua tu, kan? Motor tu tinggal tepi, kita suruh dia bawa drone pula, kan? So I think the vision need to be clear. Okay, the vision need to be clear. And looking into that, so when we started in the whole nationwide peninsula tu, lepas tu Sabah Sarawak pun dah panggil. That's where terima kasih kepada SME Corp kerana daripada situ telah bantu. I mean sebab the drone investment is so high, trust me. Okay, sebab kita bukan saja kalau nak buat apa semua tu memang, tapi kita kena ada 3D printing apa semua tu. Kita ada yang engine tu kita beli daripada Jepun. Barang-barang tu kita beli daripada China. Lepas tu ada yang kita buat sendiri. Then we do build our own software and we do the whole entire thing. Okay, so it takes a lot of time, right, to reach there. So looking into that, today kita dah ada di Sabah Sarawak, and now this is the very important thing that I would like to highlight. When everyone today, kalau pergi kat Kedah ke, kat Perlis ke apa semua tu, kita dah nampak ramai yang bawa drone, jago-jago kampung. Kan? So jago-jago kampung ni maknanya yang ada drone sendiri, lepas tu dia buat sawah bendang apa semua tu. Ramai kita nampak. Okay? But this is where the technology goes. Today, everyone, macam yang tadi saya bagi tahu tadi, FM company ada 632 tu, kan? Sekarang ni daripada 100 dah jadi 200 company. So it becomes more. Everyone is going into that. What you need to do? Tak bolehlah stay kat situ je. Okay? So with that, I'm going to announce this secretly, discreetly. We are going to launch our very first own autonomous unmanned ground vehicle for plantation. Okay, I don't know whether you know that or not. If you were to look at Tesla ni dia buat dekat jalan raya. Kami tahu JPJ tu dia akan halang depan pintu tu. Jadi kami tak pergi dekat sana. What we do is we are going to announce and we are going to launch our very first hybrid drone. Dan yang paling penting, anda daripada sini boleh tengok screen apps yang kami bina ni. dekat ladang yang ada dekat Sabak Bernam ke, dekat utara ke, dekat Sabah Sarawak, you can command the thing from here. And one more thing, you are not only able to do it from here itself, you are able to command 5 vehicles seorang. Sebab saya bagi tahu the team, kalaulah seorang command satu, kan, might as well saya suruh dia naik je atas benda tu, bawa je lah. Kan, buat apa nak command daripada sini? Kan, bawa je daripada situ. Itu challenge saya bagi pada team. And today, we can command one person commanding 5 autonomous vehicle di ladang, buat fertilizer, buat spraying, and bunch counting. 3 things. We are going to launch in April, insyaAllah, April or May. And benda ni, kami dah buat dekat 18 bulan. So anyone who wants to do an autonomous vehicle, tak payah pergi ke Elon Musk, okay? Tak bukanlah saya kata saya ni tak. Cuma the technology, the sensors we put, the 3D lidar that we put, and the brain that we put in, okay? They will take at least 15 to 18 months to reach where we are today. Okay? So be unique. Always be unique. So with that, I also want to do another thing whereby kalaulah andai kata today we have like macam sekarang ni kami ni kecil kan, kita ni sekarang ni macam ada workshop je kan. Our office is pretty small. Okay, we can deliver per month 3 to 4 drones saja. So we are moving. Our aspiration is we are moving. InsyaAllah in May, we are moving to a larger factory. Kan kalau SME boleh bantu lebih baik lah kan. Kena selit-selit sikit. So if we have this, because we are moving, not building 5 in a month, we want to do 50 in a month, because we already have contracts overseas yang sekarang ni kita tengah serve. And demand masih tak cukup. And we are not looking into peladangan saja. We are already going into telecommunication. The tower inspection, the digital twin, apa semua tu, the software that we have built have gone to the next level. If you were to see, last week saya baru balik dari Philippines. We have started in Philippines. This year we are going to start with Indonesia, Philippines and Cambodia. Tiga countries. And trust me, these people, the labor there are very cheap. Tapi macam mana kita penetrate? How do we penetrate is because we say that, number one, kalau dia buat manual, there is no historical data. Tak ada. Historical data tak ada. Nombor 2, efficiency. Kalau memanjat tower ni, sehari dia boleh buat 2 tower. With drone and 3D digital twin ni, 5 tower sehari. And we have got awarded 20,000 towers for 5 years contract. Okay, so that's our achievement. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Terima kasih Encik Razali. Very interesting. Yang penting yang saya dapat tangkap tadi, continuously innovate. Orang akan masuk and then they can learn from you, and then you have to keep on innovate with your product, your solutions. So I think there is no reason for kita punya pemilik ladang ataupun cell towers untuk tidak menggunakan pakai teknologi daripada Meraki. So Mr. Murali, I think food price currently, harga sayur, harga ayam tak ada yang turun lah. Yang turun orang cakap air hujan je yang turun. So we need more players, we need more ramai lagi usahawan yang mencampurkan diri dalam this smart farming ni. So what is your advice to new companies, new entrepreneurs yang nak masuk dalam agri-food tech ni? Silakan. Your advice.
Thank you. So before I start that, when you're starting off on a very new technology, you need to have patience. So when you first started, the same stakeholders at the government level asked us a question in 2015. We presented and then they said, don't do this business. Sunshine is free. There's a lot of land. You can lease the land, you do outdoor farming. So we told them, 5 to 7 years from now, the weather will turn. It will turn horrendously. Temperatures are going to spike. Vegetables cannot grow on a daily basis where at night and during the day, there's a big difference in temperature. They just can't cope. We are living in very different times. Now, there's recognition that we need to do it. And we have to do it because everyone needs to eat, everyone needs to be fed. So that's the first one. So the challenges are there. Food importation is really huge in Southeast Asia. If you just look at Southeast Asia collectively, Malaysia itself is about 5 to 6 billion. Southeast Asia is about 20 to 25 billion. Just Southeast Asia. And it's only because, and even if you look at the way the countries are set up, most of these countries, except Singapore, was agriculture in nature. But a lot of them have moved forward towards being industrial, towards manufacturing. So it's now moving further and further away. Now the question is, how do we feed everyone? So that's the first question. That being said, in any business that you do, there are a few things you need to consider, whether it comes to your customers or investors. Avoid shiny distractions. Everybody will ask you to do many, many different things because it looks sexy, it looks different, it looks great. You need to focus. You spread yourself too thin and do a lot of things that you don't have any core competence. The business will burn, you burn your cash, your employees will be confused, you don't have a business for the future. That's number one. Number two, Boomgro's a startup. We realized very early on, we cannot solve every issue that's in front of us. So partnerships, collaborations are important. You need to find the right partners around the table where you can build on their core competency. And whatever your business is, do not solve every issue around the table, because by the time you finish solving it, either your sector is overcrowded with other players or the problem is no longer the same problem. Time is very important. For a startup such as us, when we are 50, 60% ready, we will launch. So we don't wait for a 80, 90, 100% readiness. You miss the boat. So that's very important. Having the ability to take the risk and say, let's just do it, and you iterate. The other element that you should also consider is, especially in the food business, is you need some very big and trusted clients who will take the risk with you while you take the risk with them. Someone out there must be able to say, okay, do it, I'll support you. Otherwise, you have got a one-directional flow of effort and resources, and there's no income coming in. You also need to do that. And from a resourcing standpoint, you need to have a business where you don't need many people. I agree. As you're growing, it takes time to reach there, because, you also have got your operational aspects you need to look at, cost and also management. You need to identify the right expertise. So especially in agri-tech, it has become, so when we looked at it many years ago, it was a generalist business. You buy the system from YouTube, you set it up, you can go. But in agri-tech, it's about sustenance. You need to have the business in the long term, because once customers buy from you, they expect the same level of quality and consistency. You cannot have the fluctuations. So this is where the ability to have the right people in the organization with the skills to complement each other is important. So for those who want to enter this business, the first thing I'll say is, it is a growing business, but please do your own due diligence, because what you do not want is a very beautiful dream comes crashing to the ground. Find your area of niche that's different from the rest and build upon it. I think that's very, very different. If you're not different from anyone else, you launch something that's the same, there's only one way you compete: price competition. It's a terrible business. When you compete based on price because you're the same as someone more established, your customers will want to buy it cheaper because you don't have the brand and reputation yet. So find a niche. It is tough. It takes time. It takes innovation. But that is what you need to do. So that's what we have done. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Murali. So some takeaways, yeah. Maknanya to do this kind of business kena a lot of patience, avoid shining, distraction. Yang tu kena betul faham je. Timing, because yang ni memang very crucial, our timing, partnership, and also try to avoid price competition. That's the key messages lah kepada usahawan-usahawan yang nak menceburkan diri dalam bidang usahawan agro ataupun agri food tech ni ya. Thank you, Mr. Murali. So last kali Encik, Encik, soalan berkaitan dengan estimated ya, berkaitan dengan kita pun fire chat Malaysia to global. How do you maintain your apa ni kata orang persaingan nak mengekalkan prestasi di peringkat global, because I know you are already exporting to a lot of countries, more than 20 countries. How do you plan ahead in terms of apa ni stay relevant and can grow further your business lah? Silakan.
Terima kasih, Cik Zaki. Medical industry ni memang very sexy sebenarnya, memang very good profit, frankly lah. Tapi barrier to entry is very high. Macam kita tahu, medical industry ni certification is very rigid. Baru-baru ni untuk kita ekspor, kata contohnya ke Europe, kita kena ada satu sijil dia panggil CE certifications. I think probably semua orang tahulah dalam medical industries. Kami memang ada sijil tu untuk ekspor kami punya barang-barang. Baru-baru ni CE community dia buat beberapa perubahan yang baru. Perubahan yang baru ni termasuklah daripada CE certification tu daripada MDD, Directive Device, kepada MDR, dipanggil Medical Device Requirements. Bunyi dia daripada D ke R je. Tapi dia punya cost dia satu produk 250,000 lah audit fee dia satu produk. Dan kita dah buat audit tu dah dekat 8 bulan. Dah dekat setahun dah, tak lepas-lepas lagi. Tu saya aktif di persatuan, saya presiden Persatuan Pengilang Peranti Perubatan Malaysia. Antara benda yang saya discuss dan kalau ada peluang nak jumpa dengan Menteri Ekonomi adalah perkara-perkara begini. Kerana di Malaysia ni kita tak ada agensi yang boleh buat certification untuk CE, tak ada. Kita kena pakai TUV suit, kita kena pakai TUV daripada Germany, kita pakai pada DNV, those international company yang priority of course kepada European lah. So kalau kita queue tu, produk kita walaupun sebagus mana, macam contohnya produk yang saya buat sekarang, saya export sekarang, disposable prefill bubble humidifier, cuma ada 12 country, 12 syarikat di seluruh dunia yang boleh buat benda ni. Tak banyak. Of course kalau saya buat dengan saya punya competitors, saya punya biggest competitors di US, dia akan bagi priority pada US company dululah because those are developed countries. And saya ada venue yang saya buat discussion dengan Sirim pun saya cuba raiskan perkara ni. Of course to get an agency to do certification is not easy lah. Kita kena buka office di US. Saya ada some sort of discussion dengan MDA, Medical Device Authority kita di Malaysia ni pun dia kata cost is very high, kita kena buka office di Europe. So saya kata buka lah office di Europe, apa masalahnya kan. Sebab Malaysia ni, one thing about medical device is that dia punya opportunity besar. It's a 200 US billion size of market. Malaysia buat 4% je, macam tu. Kita buat dalam 12-15 billion. Dan setengah padanya adalah glove. Macam kita tahu Malaysia ni glove ni number one. Yang lain tu medical device. Medical device ni opportunity is very very big. Tapi kita punya so-called penjajaran benda-benda macam ni agak sukar. So macam mana kita nak compete dalam this cutthroat business? Masa saya start buat medical device untuk export dulu, saya punya produk tu saya keluarkan. Saya punya competitors US company dia tengok mana datang company pada Malaysia ni buat kan. Saya dah start export, masa tu my first export kepada Europe, masa tu kepada Spain. Apa diorang buat adalah diorang terus reducekan price diorang 50%. Just to kill us lah, based on a basic idea lah. Tapi of course as a manufacturer, sebab saya tak only rely on export, saya ada various businesses, termasuklah dengan saya punya ventilator business, dan juga saya sekarang ni very aktif dalam diabetic segment lah. Diabetic segment ni kalau saya boleh side track sikit, 2012 saya ada some sort of round table lah, meeting dengan Tan Sri Hisham, dulu Datuk Sri lah, DG kita sekarang ni lah. Dia kata, Jo, you kena tengok benda ni, diabetik ni. 30% rakyat Malaysia ni diabetik je. Dia kata, lifestyle kita. Teh tarik. Kawan saya daripada France datang. Saya punya business partner dari France datang, first time datang Malaysia. Dia kata, dia pelik, dia kata. Pukul 3 pagi, kedai mamak penuh, dia kata. Tapi of course lah, there's the price that we have to pay lah. Diabetik kita rate antara yang tertinggi di dunia. Of course saya pun ada diabetic surgery dulu. Kita orang kata kalau kena diabetic ni is only downhill lah. Lepas tu memang tak boleh nak boleh sebab. Tapi kita the latest technology adalah diabetic surgery di mana kita boleh buat simple surgery, laparoscopy, masukkan kamera saja untuk betulkan kita punya bipartitions kat dalam. 100% boleh cure lah. Saya hantar saya punya first patient dulu 114 kilogram. Dia punya BP dia sebelum pergi 180. Dia punya diabetik dia 19. Pergi ke sana buat operations tu. Mula-mula doktor kata mana ubat-ubat semua. Dia makan ubat diabetik lah, ubat ni semua. Mana ubat-ubat semua. Bagi kat saya semua, ubat tu semua dia ambil, dia buang. Okay. 3 hari lepas tu, operation dia 40 minit je. Macam kalau kita pernah tengah ada setengah-setengah. Dulu ahli politik yang macam ni saiz tiba-tiba jadi kurus, dia penyanyi. Itu sebenarnya bukan diabetic surgery itu gastropy. Dia bypass gastrik untuk kurus saja. Itu memang untuk kecantikan lah. Tapi diabetic surgery ataupun metabolic surgery ni adalah untuk kesihatan. Dia betulkan kita punya metabolic. Kalau ada high blood pressure ke, diabetic definitely lah. High cholesterol kalau macam ni semua ni, gout ni semua benda biasa, it's all gone. I can tell you. My first fashion tu sekarang 74 kilo daripada 114 kilo, 74 kilo, 6 bulan 74 kilo. BP 180, 190 over 120, sekarang ni 120 maksimum. Minum pagi-pagi Nescafe manis tu, pergi test immediate darah, paling tinggi 5.8 daripada 19 hari tu. So dia enjoy. Sekarang boleh buat mountaineering, panjat bukit apa semua. That's the thing lah. So that's the thing yang saya pun tengah buat. Dan this teknologi yang saya ada, of course this is not new, this is medical lah, bukan kata jampi serapah punya, tak ada. This is certified by medical community, medical diabetic surgery yang sekarang ni dah ada di Malaysia. Kita antara yang first yang buat. Dan juga kami ada hyperbaric oxygen therapy untuk hyperbaric lah, dan juga untuk treatment diabetik dan masalah saraf. Berbalik pada soalan Cik Zaki tadi, macam mana kita nak compete internationally. Satu is definitely quality lah. Quality is topmost. Kalau kita keluarkan produk, kita start dapat complain is very bad. Sangat-sangat teruk. So that's why in medical industry, macam saya sendiri, saya ada satu department khas untuk check quality. Setiap kali shipment keluar, kalau saya satu container tu, saya akan keluar dalam 16,000 unit produk, tiap-tiap akan kena check. Because you cannot afford your names internationally hurts because of quality. Saya participate dalam Medica Expo dah 14 kali lah di Germany, 14 tahun. Except for the past yang hari tu masa PKP 2 tahun tak boleh keluar tu, 14 kali tiap-tiap tahun. Dekat situ saya akan invest quite heavily, promotions, tempat semua saya akan invest. Sebab reputation is number 2. Number 1 is quality, number 2 is reputation. You have to take care of your name. You have to take care of your name. Itu kita penting. Of course lepas tu when you compete dengan international company, diorang ada macam-macam strategi. We compete lah, nak buat macam mana kan. Diorang kalau reducekan price, kalau kita boleh ikut, kita boleh ikut lah. Kalau kita tak boleh ikut, it's okay, no problem. Sebab saya punya competitors, US company control 60% of the world market. Saya probably buat 5%, 10%. So there's huge disparity lah. There's a few things lah kalau kita nak compete internationally. Of course kita kena preparekan kita punya own people, kita punya staff, mindset diorang kena betul. Everything have to think about internationally. Sebab tu saya ada core value saya, very important. Saya bagi saya core value tu. Kerja nak kena ikhlas kan. Sebab kita earn salary dan kita earn kita tu untuk anak bini kita kena ikhlas. Dan kita kalau ada peluang kita bantulah orang lain. Sebab dia punya return tu sometimes is unexpected lah. Macam contohnya hari tu masa tengah PKP, everything was so difficult, business was doing quite bad. Our export increased 300%. Our ventilator request we received order almost about 50 million ringgit or orders. So this kind of things lah. Sometimes that's why people say God works in a mysterious way lah. So we really believe on that lah. Terima kasih Tan.
Terima kasih Cik Jo, very interesting ya. So, tadi maknanya to stay competitive overseas ya, certification kena comply ya, kemudian yang penting quality ya, kena maintain. Alright, and also tadi yang diabetic treatment tu very interesting. SME Corp diberi peluang untuk mendengar taklimat daripada Dr. siapa nama Dr. Dr. Hemi ya. Very interesting, ya, very convincing. So kalau ada peluang nanti mungkin boleh arrangekan another session dengan Stamedi dengan semua usahawan yang ada ya. Okay, so kita dah masuk teritori kecemasan sebenarnya dari segi masa. Mungkin kita boleh beri peluang kalau ada satu soalan daripada floor. Ya, silakan. Boleh bagi mic kepada puan? Silakan. Oh, ada betul. Okay. Habis ada pada. Kau tak ada akhir dah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Saya Datin Nik Faridah daripada Pewangi NGO. Okay, saya nak tanya Cik Ahmad, saya sendiri ada diabetik. Kan, saya pun dah rasa tak larat lah makan ubat doktor ni. 4 pagi, 4 malam. Saya sehat je saya rasa. Tak ada, kalau kena luka pun tak ada masalah, insyaAllah. Okay? Jadi kan, kos dia tu, saya nak tanya. Kos itu berapa, and then boleh claim insurance ke apa semua ke, because we have insurance. Okay, thank you.
Dia tadi tak sebut tadi, termasuk tourism. Dia sampai melancong sekali sebenarnya, Puan. Silakan, Cik Jo.
Terima kasih, Datin. Soalan. Dia macam ni, Datin. Diabetic surgery ni, kan, yang problemnya, yang bahayanya, kalau orang kena diabetes ni, dia slim macam Datin. Kalau orang macam saya ni apa, saya pre-diabetic lah. Saya pre-diabetic. Saya punya latest check about 65.86 macam tu, pre-diabetic. Dia bahayanya kalau orang kurus tu, dia punya diabetic 15-16 itu sangat bahaya. Sebab you punya memang pure diabetic punya tu. Okay. The difference between geriatrics yang banyak kita nampak, penyanyi lah apalah dengan ahli politik tiba-tiba macam ni, tiba-tiba kurus macam tu kan. Sebab dia buat geriatrics. Geriatrics ni, dia punya problem is that selepas you buat, you kena makan ubat forever. Sebab your body tak boleh nak absorb lagi vitamin dan mineral. You aku kena makan lah. Metabolic surgery ni adalah perubatan di mana dia buat partition bypass. Tu dua. Makan you tak ada, you boleh makan macam biasa lepas tu. You boleh tala lah, kambing apa, no problem. Lepas surgery tu. Dibuat di Istanbul. Kenapa Istanbul? Sebab expert dia di Malaysia tak ada. Dr. Hussein Sinan, Profesor Dr. Hussein Sinan di Istanbul yang buatkan operation diabetic surgery ni, dah buat 5,000 lebih operation dan 100% successful. Dan kami StarMedic adalah partner diorang di sinilah. Kami punya klinik, kami ada klinik di Istanbul. That's the reason why. Dia punya kalau kata just simple je. Sebelum pergi StarMedic, sebab StarMedic kami in-house doktor, medical doctors. Dia akan check you sama ada you layak ke tak layak and everything. Dan kalau kata okey layak, dan kita book the time and everything. Operations 45 minit. Recovery 2 hari duduk kat sana. Lepas habis operation setengah jam lepas tu pergi jalan sebab doktor kata selepas operation you tak boleh duduk, you kena jalan. So jalan lah. So what you do? You pergilah tengok apa tu Tok Upper Palace, you pergilah tengok Blue Mosque. Kami ada satu anak syarikat buat travel agency lah, ATN Travels, yang actually kami memang medical lah. ATN tu is a friend of mine, personal friend of mine. Dia buat this business masa PKP teruk. Jadi kami help out lah, kami acquire. The cost of doing it sekarang ni adalah 50,000 sekali operations. Kalau pergi buat geriatrics tu, yang gastric bypass tu, pergi kat mana-mana hospital pun dalam 30 lebih. Tapi ini metabolic medical bukan untuk kecantikan saya cakap. Dan the more important is kalau kata macam Datin kurus slim macam tu, kalau kata ada diabetik, kalau kata dah makan belas-belas tu, because you punya tu dah start collapse. Dia punya apa tu dah start collapsing, dia punya insulin dengan dia punya tu dah start collapsing. So you have to seriously consider this. But I will not recommend geriatric macam yang ada kat Malaysia ni. Of course kat Malaysia ni boleh pergi kat KPJ ke mana-mana hospital memang ada. Tapi that one is more on cosmetic lah. So far insurance company take this as cosmetic. Cosmetic. So they tak cover sebenarnya. Sebab tu kami di StarMedic ada arrangement dengan BSN. Siapa-siapa yang nak pergi, kalau kata perlukan personal loan, BSN boleh look into your requirements. Tapi saya difahamkan, saya punya main partner yang tengah look into this, dia kata 2023 mungkin kena increase price sikit kot, sebab dia kata of the pricing and the currency and everything. So kalau nak cepat boleh je jumpa saya punya, mana dia, Cik Zatul. Tu dia Cik Zatul, saya punya staff tu. Gilah jumpa dengan dia. Terima kasih.
Cik Jo atas perkongsian dan juga saranan untuk kita pertimbangkan kaedah rawatan yang terbaru ni. Jadi kita dah masuk territory lunch time ni. Jadi mungkin kita boleh sambung during lunch time nanti untuk dapatkan maklumat tambahan daripada speaker kita. Tapi overall saya dah ucap terima kasih yang banyak tinggi, pengangkatan tinggi kepada our speakers, Mr. Sean, Cik Razali, Mr. Muralni, Cik Jo, atas perkongsian pengalaman, cabaran dan patu-patu kejayaan yang syarikat hadapi. So itu saja daripada kami. So saya serahkan kembali kepada Encik Dayat. Silakan.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Encik Zaki bin Moh, Timbalan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Pelaksanaan dan Pembangunan SME Corporation Malaysia serta ahli-ahli panel yang lain, Mr. Pat Wei Sean, Mr. Murali Krishnamurti, Encik Muhammad Razali Ismail dan Encik Johari Abu Kasim atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, kita kini memasuki fasa atau sesi yang paling dinanti-nantikan. Jadi marilah sama-sama kita berehat seketika untuk jamuan makan tengah hari. Para hadirin sekalian dipersilakan untuk menjadi di Dewan Perdana. Kepada kaum muslimin dan muslimat, surau ada disediakan di aras 7B bagi menunaikan solat fardu zuhur. Dan dimohon untuk semua kembali semula ke dalam dewan ini pada jam 1.55 petang untuk kita teruskan sesi yang berikutnya iaitu bicara inspirasi perkongsian bersama usahawan influencer. Selamat menjamu selera, bertemu kita selepas ini nanti. Terima kasih. Bicara inspirasi perkongsian bersama usahawan influencer. Selamat menjamu selera, bertemu kita selepas ini nanti. Terima kasih. Bicara inspirasi perkongsian bersama usahawan influencer. Selamat menjamu selera, bertemu kita selepas ini nanti. Terima kasih. Bicara inspirasi perkongsian bersama usahawan influencer. Selamat menjamu selera, bertemu kita selepas ini nanti. Terima kasih. pemilik My Mom's Bakery yang juga merupakan ikon usahawan muda 2019 dan penerima anugerah usahawan tekun 2017. Kita persilakan. Dan tanpa melanjutkan masa yang ada, saya persilakan yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Hanisah binti Hussein untuk memulakan sesi bicara inspirasi. Dipersilakan.
Okey, terima kasih saudara Hidayat. Okey, waktu sekarang pukul 2 ya? Pukul 2? 2 lebih dah kan? Waktu lepas makan tengah hari, selalunya orang akan rasa gantuk kan? Tapi saya harap sesi ni takkan gantuk. Kalau tengok panel saya, mesti takkan gantuk, okey? So, bersama-sama kami dalam sesi bicara inspirasi dengan usahawan influencer. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya rasa ramai seangkatan dengan saya. Kita membesar dengan lagu-lagu KRU. Betul tak? Kan? Tapi ada yang muda lah. Tapi mesti dengar lagi Datuk. Okay? Kita dapat bawa satu je daripada 3. So kira syukur lah juga kan. Dia punya big boss. Okay? We welcome Datuk Norman, Presiden dan Group CEO Datuk KRU Entertainment. Okay, we welcome Miss Elsie Hong. Yang ni I have yet to buy that Brembo brakes tu. Tak mampu lagi lah. Kan? Mungkin ada di antara tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ni dah beli. So hari ni kita dengar. I'm interested to know more about Brembo kan. Dengar kata macam power. So I know with you is the squash player kan. So okay. Yang kat ujung tu, I love cakes, but I have yet to taste yours. Cik Ann, sorry. Cik Ann kena bagi rasa lah nanti kan. Tapi hari ni, petang ni share dulu. Okay? Saya tak nak cakap banyak. Sebab 3 orang ni, 1 jam setengah tak cukup kalau dia orang nak campur saya cakap semua kan. So, kita terus. Saya nak bagi satu soalan. Untuk semua 3 panel jawab. Ikut turn lah, okay? Lepas tu saya akan buka sesi tu kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk berinteraksi. Okay? Rugi kalau tak cakap dengan diorang. Alright? Okay? Kongsikan dengan kami semua. Mungkin boleh start dengan siapa-siapa. Perhaps Datuk Norman ke. Sangat gentleman lah kan? Okay. Mana-mana ladies kat sini. Mungkin boleh mula share dengan kita bagaimana bermula bisnes tu, apa cabaran, bagaimana bertahan, and then what are your secret recipe. Bukanlah secret recipe yang kita makan tu, resepi kejayaan lah dari mula sehingga you berada di tahap sekarang.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Terima kasih hari ini saya bersama dengan semua ni, saya sangat bersyukur. Okey, untuk soalan-soalan itu saya nak bagi tahu, bila kita mula nak berniaga, kita simpan kisah sedih kita. Sebab apa? Tak ada siapa nak dengar waktu kita nak bermula. Tetapi bila kita dah berjaya, semua orang nak dengar kisah kita. Macam sekarang ni lah, semua orang nak dengar kisah Ann Idris, bagaimana Ann Idris boleh berada di tahap ini. My Mom's Bakery daripada tahun 2006 hingga sekarang hampir 17 tahun, Alhamdulillah. Saya bermula usahawan yang tidak ada ilmu. Sebab itu saya kata bila nak jadi usahawan ni, jadilah usahawan yang ada ilmu. Kalau Google cerita Ann Idris RM5, semua akan keluar. Jadi sebab tu saya kata, bila orang kata nak berniaga, saya miskin, saya tak pandai. Dua-dua itu saya ada. Kepandaian, kemiskinan bukanlah ukuran kita untuk tidak boleh berjaya. Yang penting adalah rajin ataupun tidak. Saya berasal daripada keluarga yang sangat susah. Ayah saya hanya security guard sahaja. Timbul minat saya nak buat kek. Waktu bila? Waktu saya umur 9 tahun, saya tengok ibu saya mencuci loyang di kedai Cina. Di kedai kek, saya tengok ibu saya cuci loyang. Satu hari, saya akan ada kedai sendiri. Cabaran, bila kita tidak ada ilmu dalam perniagaan, saya berniaga hanya ada SSM saja. Akaun tak ada, semua tak ada. Saya mempunyai satu tahap yang saya pernah jalan kaki 6 km. Bersama ibu saya, tak mampu nak bayar kereta. Ni saya nak cerita, sebab itu saya kata tak nak cerita, orang kata cerita yang indah-indah. Nak cerita yang pahit-pahit dulu. Kemudian, kalau anda tidak pernah merasai ketuk rumah orang minta beras, anda masih dalam keadaan selamat. Saya pernah melalui ketuk rumah orang minta beras. Tu saya tekankan pada usahawan-usahawan. Jangan buat macam mana saya buat. Sebab tu bila saya meniaga dulu, kita tidak ada kewangan yang kukuh. Kita tak cukup. Jadi apa saya buat? Siapa nak bagi pinjam saya duit? Yang ini usahawan jangan ikut. Jangan sesekali ikut. Siapa nak bagi pinjam? Adik-beradik tak ada. Kawan-kawan semua hilang. Sebab apa? Kita jangan cerita ke orang. Sebab tu saya kata simpan kisah sedih. Tak ada siapa nak tahu. Siapa bagi pinjam? Abang Long lah. Bukan Abang Long ni. Bukan Abang Long ni. Saya pergi pinjaman wang berlesen. Yang ni jangan ikut. 10 tahun lepas. Pinjaman wang berlesen. Kemudian saya bermula dari pasar tani. Ada buka kedai, jatuh, buka pasar tani. Berjaga pasar tani, satu tempat sehinggalah 16 tempat seluruh Selangor. Dan saya juga adalah satu-satunya pembuat kek daripada Malaysia yang buat kek untuk Raja Arab King Salman. Terima kasih.
Okey, sebelum tu, jangan raya simpati lah nak buat bisnes. Betul tak? Okay. That's one of the keyword. Jangan raya simpati kan? You tak nak orang beli your cake because of simpati dekat. Okay? Alright, Miss Elsie.
Selamat petang semua. I'm from a very humble beginning as well. I anak orang Kedah dari Sungai Petani. Saya sejak kecil ikut mak pergi menoreh getah pukul 3, pukul 4 pagi. Lepas tu sebab saya sekolah menengah sebelah petang. So pagi kena pergi buat kerja lah sebab ada 6 adik-beradik. So that is when and then kita buat mak saya ni dia tak nak kalah. Dia kata kalau nak berjaya kena nak untung banyak, nak hidup dengan senang kena berniaga. So masa itulah I have the idea nak buat bisnes. Macam mana nak mengubah hidup lebih bagus sebab we have 6 siblings. After menoreh getah, pergi sekolah, lepas tu pergi tuang arak kat pub-pub, dapat additional. Macam mana saya finish my diploma, saya pagi pergi supermarket jadi clerk, lepas tu petang tu sampai pukul 6, pukul 7 pergi sekolah, malam sampai pukul 9, lepas tu saya pergi tuang arak kat the liquor kat pub. Sebab masa tuang liquor tu dia gaji tinggi sikit. So that is how I dapat duit untuk belajar sendiri to complete my diploma program. Sebab mak saya kata hanya education. If you want to advance, excel in hidup, nak keluar daripada kesusahan, you need to have education. That is when dari kecil lagi, takut sangat, selalu doa, minta tolong. One day, I will become rich, jaga adik-beradik semua. So that is when I started. Then I finished my diploma program, kerja from a small burger company to aircon shop to a multinational company. So I worked for a multinational company for 20 years. So in multinational company, usually diorang perah. Dia bagi salary yang lumayan until you cannot leave them. But you akan gadai nyawa you kat diorang lah. Like whole life, like 24 hours. So I survived the corporate life for 20 years and I decided sebelum saya masuk hospital, baik saya keluar buat my sendiri business, baik like that. So I came out and I'm very fortunate to have a partner like Sharon. She's a national squash player, support me along the journey. So we started the business 8 years ago. And also I see a lot of imitation breaking item in the market. And with the 20 years of experience in a multinational company in a breaking parts business, I know what to do. So I was thinking maybe I should contribute to the community, to the market. That's how I started.
Thank you, Miss Elsie. Nampaknya dia ada ambition. Sebab tu dia ada courage kan? Okey, Datuk. Ya, ceritalah kat kami. How do you start? What is your recipe?
Saya cuba sepedek mana yang boleh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada pihak SME Corp kerana menjemput saya pada hari ini. Terima kasih Datuk menjadi pengurusi bagi panel ni. Dan juga semua rakan-rakan usahawan yang ada pada petang ini. Bagi saya, pengalaman saya sebenarnya saya terus terang saya kata, ketika sebelum saya mula menjadi usahawan, saya tak sedar pun saya jadi usahawan. Secara tak langsung lah, kerana minat saya adalah dalam industri muzik. Saya dari kecil mendengar lagu P. Ramlee dan juga lagu Beatles. Dan kami memang minat muzik. Dan saya pada umur 7 tahun dah mula tulis lagu. Dah mula main muzik. Dan umur 15 tahun saya dah cipta sebuah lagu yang jadi popular sampai sekarang. Jadi sebenarnya ada dasar minat. It's a passion that drove us. Dan kebetulan ketika selepas saya dan adik-beradik saya tamat, bukan saya belajar dekat UK dan bersama adik-beradik saya kerana keluarga berpindah ke situ. Dan di situ sebenarnya dekat UK, dekat London, kami dapat banyak pendedahan bagaimana untuk merakamkan lagu dari sudut teknikalnya. Dan apabila kami pulang ketika itu, saya tak tahulah, semua ni mungkin muda-muda sangat tak kenal Vanilla Ice. Kenal tak Vanilla Ice? Ice Baby. You just expose your age. So jadi ketika itu, masa saya balik daripada UK dan adik-adik saya, kita muzik ketika itu, trend muzik adalah lagu-lagu slow rock. Kalau tak pakai seluar ketat, rambut tak panjang, tak nyanyi jerit-jerit, you're not fit to join the music industry. So jadi bagi saya merasakan bahawa kena buat kelainan. I think this, kalau if anything, if any entrepreneur want to take this as inspiration, you must come up with something new. Kerana kalau produk tu memang dah ada, you're not any different than the existing players, ya. Jadi bila saya masuk dengan adik-beradik saya, kita cubalah dapat ada masa tu tak ada Astro, tak ada apa, semua ada bintang RTM je sebagai satu rancangan yang popular. Kami cuba mohon, tapi sampai sekarang tak dengar lagi jawapan daripada mereka. Pasal kami hantar lagu-lagu lain yang bukan apa yang diorang cari. So jadi pada tahun 92 ketika saya ketika itu cita-cita saya nak jadi accountant. Kerana saya di UK, saya mendalami bidang perakaunan, saya minat sangat. And I thought I'll be an accountant. Saya tak terfikir nak jadi usahawan, terus terang. Dan apabila saya dalam persediaan ambil peperiksaan saya ambil exam kat sini, entah macam mana, saya banyak buat recording dalam time tu kaset lah. Dan rakaman kaset tu kita nyanyi lagu-lagu yang kita kompos sendiri dalam bentuk rap. Dan kaset tersebut entah macam mana, ni again satu point saya nak cakap, rezeki tu tak salah alamat. Ya, so jadi kalau saya tak plan, okay, saya buat lagu tu kerana saya minat, saya passionate dengan adik-adik saya. Kaset tu sampai dekat sebuah kedai kaset yang jual music, Victoria Music Center, saya ingat lagi, dekat of all places Pertama Kompleks, ya. So masa tu KLCC pun tak ada lagi. So jadi kaset tu entah macam mana boleh sampai dekat tangan syarikat rakaman EMI. Dan ketika tu saya nak ambil exam, dan dia tiba-tiba dapat panggilan daripada kawan saya. Pasal kawan saya dekat college, nama saya ingat lagi, nama dia Wong. Nama penuh saya tak ingat, tapi panggil dia Wong. Tapi dia yang bagi kaset tu pada orang yang jual kedai kaset tu. Ini recommend atas orang, recommendation lah, referral lah. Dan bila sampai dekat situ, kami dipanggil pergi ke syarikat rakaman EMI. Adik saya yang kecil, yang paling muda, Edri, masih lagi tingkatan 4. Saya ingat lagi masa pergi kat EMI tu dia pakai baju sekolah lagi. So dia pergi ke situ dan kita tengok, wah, nampak P. Ramlee punya gambar, Beatles, Duran Duran, Pet Shop Boys, Sheila Majid, Ella. We're so struck. Kita cakap, wow, bestnya. Tapi kita sendiri tak tahu lagi apa kita nak buat ni. Dia panggil. Saya ingat lagi masa temu ramah, I call it was not even an audition. It was more like an interview. Dia tanya dua soalan yang dia tanya. Dia tanya pasal lagu semua, dan dua soalan saya ingat. Dia tanya pada nama dia Kelvin Wong, sekarang ni dia jadi Vice President dekat Universal. Dia tanya pada saya, what do you plan to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years? Dia macam job interview. So saya pun tak tahu nak jawab macam mana. Saya terfikir masa saya buat demo ni, yang dekat kaset ni, saya bercangkung dengan Yusri Edri ni, duduk atas lantai, pakai mini kompo, button play record pun salah satu button dia patah. Kita record, Nak rekod, nak lagu ni repeat 2-3 kali, nak dapatkan hasilkan lah. So itu satu lagi point saya nak cakap. You never use an excuse, tak ada modal, tak ada duit, tak ada apa semua bagai. Kami pun buat macam tu juga. Kami buat apa yang ada depan mata. Nak tunggu sampai semua turun nak dapat memang susah. You have to do with whatever you, memang ideal kalau kita masuk syarikat studio rakaman betul-betul. Tapi that was another point yang I nampak that basically we just did with whatever we have. Dan dia cakap, so saya jawab pada dia balik, we would like to have our own recording studio. Tak cakap pun nak jadi usahawan, tak cakap ada record company, tak cakap, we just want to have a recording studio. Because again, balik kepada passion. Because we just want to do music back then. Dan apa yang berlaku, and then second question dia tanya, did you give this demo to any other record company? Cakap, no. We are also surprised how it got to you. Pasal kawan saya tak pernah cerita pun yang dia bagi kaset tu kepada ni. Bila dia dapat interview baru dia bagi tahu kat saya. So jadi saya pun cakap, we don't know how it got to you. Kemudian baru tahu Victoria Music Center hantar dekat dia orang. So jadi dekat situ dia kata, okay, whatever it is, you don't need to talk to anyone, just wait for a call. So balik rumah tu dah berangan dah Datuk. Oh, bestnya jadi artis kan. So ingat entah bila lah dia nak call kan. Petang tu juga pukul 7, saya ingat kita sampai rumah pukul 5, pukul 7, tomorrow datang kita sign kontrak. Macam tu, that was rezeki namanya. So jadi to take that inspiration, that story is that we did it because of passion. We are very passionate about it. Second, walaupun RTM tak layan demo kami, tapi ada somebody else yang layan, which they thought that is a new trend that we are trying to introduce. And then at the same time, we never thought about nak fikir, nak ada itu, nak ada ini, baru nak buat kerja. We just buat apa yang ada depan mata. So if there's anything that nak kaitkan balik dengan semua rakan-rakan usahawan ada pada petang ni, is that that's the spirit of entrepreneurship. Ya, tak kira pun nak duit berapa semua tak ada. So jadi saya punya modal niaga tak ada. Tapi EMI bagi modal kami RM2,000. Dia bagi deposit RM2,000. That was our modal. Pasal kami masa buat recording, buat demo tu, pakai toy keyboard. Toy keyboard. Kita main macam mana apa yang ada. Tapi kita nak buat record masuk studio, kenalah rakaman pakai equipment betul. So RM2,000 itulah yang kita beli our first music instrument. Jadi modal. Duit tu tak ada pun buat untung pada situ pun. Kita letak balik bagi modal. So we can do our own recording. Last habis dah siap recording tu, dia bayar lagi balance RM8,000. RM10,000 je kontrak tu. Padahal orang lain dapat, sekarang ni kita bayar orang buat lagu kan, RM10,000 satu lagu. Ini kami rekod 10 lagu RM10,000. So jadi tak apalah, itu zaman tu dah tahun 1992 itu time yang kita mula. Sekarang dah masuk 31 tahun. We have diversified ever since. We diversified from one so-called from music industry. Then we formed a company. Then immediately we realizing that we are branding ourselves through our music and through our content that we produce. Cara tak langsung keluar siaran TV, radio dan sebagainya. Orang kenal brand KRU. So we have transformed the pop band punya brand name to jadi brand. Secara tak langsung. It's not that I ni genius ada fikir awal-awal tak ada. So jadi kat situlah sebenarnya asal usulnya nama KRU pun. Ada banyak orang kali sampai sekarang orang tanya apa maksud KRU. Nak tahu ke? It means crew, satu team, ya. Crew. Dia tak ada macam kumpulan rap unggul lah, kumpulan rap utama. Orang semua cakap macam-macam tapi tak pernah kita fikir. And sebenarnya kami pun pronounce our band name as Crew sebagai permulaan. Tetapi radio DJ yang panggil kami KRU. Sebabnya dalam album cover kami dia ejaan spelling KRU capital letters. Itu luck. I mean, we are not that smart lah kalau nak katakan dah fikir segala-galanya kan. Jadi apa yang berlaku is that all ada kaitan dengan rezeki yang kami dapat. Diversified into buat TV program. We had one of the largest sound alike company once. Kita sampai supply konsert-konsert antarabangsa, lokal dan sebagainya. Dan even pelancaran KLIA, pelancaran KLCC kami terlibat. Tapi bukan sebagai penyanyi. Kita supply sound system. Ya, jadi itu antara yang kami dah lakukan dan kami diversify into films. We went into training. Kita started KRU Academy in 2012. Sekarang dah 11 tahun dah kami buat training. Dan ada banyak ada beberapa syarikat lagi KRU Media dan juga syarikat yang berkaitan dengan e-commerce yang kami sekarang sedang mulakan. So to cut the long story short, itu pun dah panjang juga cerita, is that it's a journey. Yeah. So the thing is, macam saya perhatikan kerana kami dah 31 tahun dalam industri, dan bukan senang kerana dalam industri ni is like a fashion industry. You can go in trend and you can go out of trend. Kita kena sentiasa muhasabah diri, lihat dan kaji juga kelemahan dan juga kebaikan yang kita ada. Dan kita kena reinvent ourselves every 5 years in order to stay relevant. So jadi kita tak boleh depend on our past glory. Kalau sampai sekarang saya nak nyanyi lagu Ulala, nak nyanyi lagu Awas, orang pun tak nak dengar dah. So jadi saya pun tak ingat lirik. Tapi apa yang pastinya, it was useful then. Tapi today is a new day. Jadi ada juga pencapaian baru yang kita kena capai. So that is my story.
Ada Datuk. Ada yang nak dengar kan? Kalau diberi survey kat sini, rasa ada nak dengar lagi. Bila sekali-sekali dengar kan, dia jadi macam sangat precious kan? Okay. From Datuk Norma, we know that we need to do business, to be entrepreneur, we need to have patience dan we need to be different. Betul lah? Yang selebihnya kun fayakun lah. Kalau nak jadi ada rezeki, tak salah alamat, Allah kata jadi, jadilah kan. Okay. Alright. Itu permulaan bagaimana kerjaya mereka sekarang. Boleh share tak? What is actually the biggest challenge dan how you overcome and then bertahan sampai sekarang. That diversification tu saya dapat daripada Datuk Norman tadi. What is actually dari situ you grow up tu, apa yang menjadikan you all boleh bertahan, difference dari satu sektor ke satu sektor kan? Can you share with us? Cik N boleh?
Okay, terima kasih. Okay. Selalu orang tanya, kalau kita tanya soalan, siapakah pendorong? Siapakah pendorong utama? Kadang-kadang orang akan cakap ibu, ayah yang tak berkahwin. Saya of course lah ibu dan ayah yang dah berkahwin, suami, anak dan sebagainya. Tetapi sebenarnya, kalau tanya saya, pendorong utama saya adalah diri saya. Tetapi kekuatan saya adalah keluarga saya. Jadi waktu saya susah dulu, waktu saya melihat ibu saya menangis dulu, saya kata pada diri saya tak nak susah lagi dah. Saya tak nak minta beras lagi sama orang. Jadi nawaitu kita, niat kita nak berniaga untuk apa sebenarnya? Jadi sebab itulah pekerja-pekerja saya lebih kurang dalam 20 lebih, semuanya adalah anak-anak Melayu tempatan kita. Yang mana ini adalah kekuatan saya untuk membantu mereka. Yang mana yang kata yang kurang akademik, kita ambil, kita bantu, kita bagi skill. Jadi saya sentiasa meletakkan kekuatan saya untuk pergi lebih jauh supaya mereka mengikut saya. Jadi itulah saya nak tengok usahawan-usahawan ni yang kata nak berniaga ni susah, sebenarnya tak susah. Sebenarnya yang penting, sebab tu saya kata, ni dengar betul-betul. Sebenarnya ada 5 modal perniagaan. Saya kalau nak malas, saya ingat 5 modal ni. Yang pertama adalah diri. Modal pertama adalah diri. Nak buat pun diri, tak nak buat pun diri, malas pun diri, rajin pun diri. Yang kedua adalah ilmu. Daripada diri kita akan mencari ilmu. Yang ketiga adalah kemahiran. Bila kita dapat ilmu, kita akan asahkan kemahiran kita. Yang keempat adalah networking. Kenalah baik dengan semua orang. Baiklah dengan agensi. Dengan agensi pun tak nak baik. Kan? Baik dengan semua orang. Ni semua networking kita. Yang kelima, barulah datangnya duit. Kalau kita tidak ada keempat-empat ini, kita tak ada apa-apa. Jadi saya sentiasa ingatkan diri saya. Diri saya ni yang kat belakang-belakang ni. Andai kata saya adalah pejuang, saya adalah nahoda. Jadi kalau saya hilang diri itu, macam mana nak jadi dengan diorang ni semua? Itulah. Kalau kata bagaimana English boleh berada di tahap ni, sebenarnya kan Datuk kan, berada di tahap inilah paling susah sebenarnya kita nak maintain, nak sustain. Apa-apa saja orang kan cari bos dulu. Apa-apa je bos, gaji pun bos. Tak tahu, malam-malam tidur semua tangan kat sini. Tidur semua tangan kat sini, hujung bulan gaji nak bayar, itu, ini, semua staff semua. Itu adalah tanggungjawab. Nak jadi usahawan, jadilah usahawan yang bertanggungjawab insyaAllah.
Daripada 2006 you establish My Mum's Bakery kan. What is the biggest challenge?
Macam saya kata tadi, diri saya. Kadang-kadang dia turun, kadang-kadang dia naik.
I see. Okay.
Yes. Itu betul saya kata. Yang pertama adalah diri. Kita berperang dengan diri kita sebenarnya. Kadang-kadang kita malas nak buat. Kadang-kadang buat tak jadi. Tanya pada diri. Nak apa sebenarnya? Sebab itu, apakah pekerjaan paling kaya dan paling miskin ialah berniaga. Semakin banyak anda mempromot produk anda, semakin kaya dan kaya. Tetapi kalau malas untuk mempromot, untuk menjual, anda semakin miskin dan miskin. Saya mempunyai semangat yang kadang-kadang ada, yang kadang-kadang tak ada. Yang berperang dengan diri saya yang, ni tak nak hidup susah ni. Ni tak nak ketuk orang lagi ni, minta beras ni. Ni macam mana nak buat ni? Nak belajar tak nak dah belajar? Tak nak. Nak balik kampung? Tak nak. Saya tidak akan balik kampung. Saya kata kat mak saya, no, saya tak nak balik kampung. Tapi, saya cabar diri saya belajar buat kek, dulu tak ada duit. Jadi bila berniaga pasar malam, pasar tani, bila you nak masuk dalam sesuatu industri, kalau kata you nak buat baju, semua baju you kena tahu. Kalau buat kek, semua kek you kena buat tahu. Masa saya berniaga pasar malam, pasar tani, hanya 3 kek saya tahu. Kek pisang, coklat moist dengan butter cake, ini saja. Tapi bila orang nak minta, and Idris, boleh tak buat kek kahwin? Alamak, penuh lah. Sentiasa penuh, tapi sebenarnya kita tak tahu. Tanya balik pada diri. Tipu kan? Amboi, tak tahu, tiap minggu penuh ni sebenarnya tak reti buat. So tanya balik pada diri saya ni macam mana ni. Kadang-kadang, percayalah. Kadang-kadang kita penat, saya akan cakap, tak nak lah buat. Tak larat lah. So, cabaran yang paling ni adalah diri. Kalau you boleh berperang dengan diri you tahu apa you nak, you tahu hala tuju you, InsyaAllah. Kadang-kadang dalam diri ni juga bila kita nak berniaga ni, kita kata kita nak kaya. Kalau you berniaga, you fikir you nak kaya, you tak kaya sebenarnya. Kalau you masuk dalam bidang perniagaan, you kata satu hari nak pakai Ferrari, tidak tercapai di akal. Tetapi kalau you masuk dalam bidang perniagaan, you nak bantu orang daripada kereta kancil, you naik kereta Gen2. Daripada Gen2 you naik Honda Accord, maknanya perjalanan tu betul. Jadi, berperang dengan diri dulu, cabar diri dulu, bagi tahu pada diri kat mana you nak fokus. Sampai sekarang ini, Alhamdulillah. Saya untuk pengetahuan Datuk ya, tahun 2006, saya jatuh bankrupt tahun 2009. Itu antara saya nak, inilah cabaran-cabaran dia. Nak buat tak nak buat, kejap nak kerja cashier, kejap nak jadi waitress. Ini dia. Ini cabaran-cabaran yang paling saya rasa teruk sangat ni. Tahun 2011, saya naik sebab apa? Saya kata di saat kejatuhan saya adalah di saat kebangkitan saya. Saya naik tahun 2019 hinggalah sekarang. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih.
Okey, JN. In short, kena buang tanduk-tanduk dalam diri kita lah kan? Oh, okey. Okey, Miss Elsie. What is your biggest challenge?
Perniagaan spare part kereta, as all you all know, memang dunia lelaki, monopoli by lelaki. Women in automotive nak survive, we need to keep on proving ourselves. And I'm not praising women's right, it's not, but work together. Because women in automotive, kita ada kita punya ciri-ciri. We are very detailed. We care semua ni. Ciri-ciri tu we can work together with the guy. So this is what I usually do. And cabarannya selalu kita kena turun padang. Jangan duduk kat office. Walaupun your title, your name card is MD, jangan kata I ada nak PA, I nak kereta mewah, I nak duduk office saja, I nak pergi meeting kat hotel. No. You pakai jeans, pakai sports shoes, you go to the banker, jumpa abang-abang mekanik, understand apa masalah dia orang. If you can solve their problem, you dapat you punya business. That is how the business work. Like this morning session until just now, the word I always hear is you must understand your business. You must go deep, must go to the ground, hear them, and never stop learning. I think yang itu, and then you nak success. The desire nak success tu mesti ada. Then kalau dah success tu, bantu orang yang help others. Because we rise by lifting others. And the leader is to serve. Bukan orang serve you. Leader is to serve. So this is very important. Tak nak tengok orang dah sukses, kita try to pull them down. Not like that. So my biggest challenge is always like say just now yourself, you will doubt yourself sometimes whether nak terus ke, nak stop ke? Like never ending story, like swimming in the ocean. Tak nampak mana beach dia, nak berhenti sat pun tak boleh. How? So you need to have a belief in yourself and trust yourself, and the group of people, your support from your family is very important. Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Elsie. Okay, Datuk. What is your biggest challenge? Dah 31 tahun. And what makes you still here? Relevant lah maksud saya kan. Lepas tu crowd pula juga.
Oh, ya, ya.
Influencer. Perkataan baru usahawan influencer yang SME Corp bagi kat saya. Kan? Okay. Alright.
Okay, saya rasa saya nak kaitkan dengan kenapa saya buat bisnes. Dan I think apa yang mendorong saya rasa betul, kita selain pada diri kita, we need someone or something or a group of people yang push us. Jadi bagi saya rasa being in the spotlight is something that I cannot afford. I selalu fikirkan I cannot afford to make any mistakes, cannot afford to fail. Maybe if you are not involved in the media business, mungkin pressure tu kurang. Tapi kalau kami ni, kalau ada buat salah sikit je, dia being amplified. Sama juga bisnes kita promote, bisnes kita pakai media sosial, benda yang tak baik pun boleh berlaku secara adverse kepada kami. So I think that is something that I always emphasize on. Being a red balloon is always a target. And then pada masa sama juga, saya ni sokong Manchester United, kalau semua tahu. Sama okay, Alhamdulillah. Ada juga seorang dalam banyak-banyak ni. Banyak yang Liverpool kot ni. So I always believe that I'm inspired. I tengok kadang-kadang benda tak relevan langsung, tapi I tengok macam ada kaitan dengan I juga. Okay, saya nak cakap pasal kalau Manchester United ni, dia ada stadium Old Trafford ni, dia boleh isi 80,000 orang. Dan setiap tahun, setiap season dia kena menang something, walaupun dah lama tak menang. Kan? Tapi dia punya pressure tu, because you're a red balloon and you want to do the best. Saya tengok macam mana Manchester United being successful during the time they were successful is because dia ada combination of talents. Satu daripada academy, ini zaman David Beckham, Ryan Giggs dan sebagainya, dan juga satu group lagi, they have the English players and they have the foreign players. They combine into one. The same applies to KRU. Kita try to actually emulate that. That's why we formed the academy. The training academy, so that kita discover young talents, because this industry requires young people. When I first started, I was 20. I am already uncle dah ni. So nak faham budak-budaknya market macam mana, taste dia orang macam mana, lain. So bila kita melibatkan satu organisation, kita dah namakan dia sebagai organisation, meaning that you need to organize lah. So there is a structure dan sebagainya. The most important, yang personally, I do not want to let my family down. Okay, because kebetulan pula adik-beradik saya pun involved dalam apa yang saya buat. And of course my parents have been very strong in terms of supporting us dari segi moral lah. Dari segi itu. I don't want to let them down. Itu satu. Of course kan ada anak. I don't want my daughter keluar tengok malu dengan dad ke apa ke. So jadi that is number one. Number two is the people around me yang I deal on daily basis, which is the staff lah, kaki tangan yang bersama saya, yang percaya pada saya. Dan I don't want to let them down. Ketiga adalah the fans and even clients, because I always feel that every single task that I take, I kena tahu I boleh deliver. Okay, so jadi kalau tak boleh, baik jangan buat. So that is the philosophies yang saya ada. So this is actually the reason why I do business. And to ask me a question, okay, where does it end? I think that we need to look at macam mana drive the company whereby it becomes technically become faceless lah in the future. Tak perlulah an celebrity driven entrepreneur, just like Walt Disney company. Sekarang ni Walt Disney punya family pun dah tak run the company. So jadi this is the reality. Macam Warner Brothers first started, ataupun brands macam Adidas dengan Puma, the founders were there when they started, but now dah jadi multinational company. The same that I hope that will happen to KRU. Because that is my vision, that is my drive. And how to achieve it, ada macam-macam, tak cukup masa. Tapi apa yang saya nak cakap kat sini, in order for you to actually get to that destination, and then I always feel that time is also running out for me. You know, next month I'll turn 51. So I rasa macam tak percaya je, macam mana? I tak rasa 50 pun. Kan? 40 pun tak rasa. Tapi dah sampai ke situ, saya cakap, berapa lama saya boleh buat benda ni? So I have to think about, I have a deadline here. It's not forever that I can do this. So macam mana I have to make this transition and make all these plans semua sekali. So that's also another external push to me untuk meet that deadline. Kalau dah, I boleh cakap I nak jadi entrepreneur sampai 70 tahun, 80 tahun. Mungkin I will still be there, but maybe on a different capacity. Maybe as a chairman perhaps. Or even just a shareholder in the company. Tak perlu run the show. Because owning a business and running a business are two separate things. So I want sekarang ni come to a point in life that I want to just own the business. I hope I don't need to run my business because hopefully that the new people I have will be able to deliver all that. Jadi balik kepada kita dia punya challenges ya. Semua fasa ni ada challenges. Ini mula-mula tak ada modal ke apa semua. Kadang-kadang banyak modal pun kadang banyak juga saya tengok saya banyak membazir. Bila ada terlepas pandang kan. Cakap silapnya terlebih belanja kat sini, ada pun tak careful. Masa tengah banyak modal nak buat filem back to back jalan je semua sekali. Ada filem menjadi, ada filem tak laku. So jadi these are the things yang I would say that the process of learning. Tetapi pada masa sama juga saya rasa yang paling sukar bagi KRU adalah pada tahun 1997. Bukan pasal kegawatan ekonomi sangat, ada kaitan sikit kerana itu masa kita this is the time when we were riding high tahun 92 sampai 96. Kita especially 96 when the syarikat rakaman EMI instead of bagi kami RM10,000 buat album tu, they offered to sign a new contract, dia bagi 1.5 million to sign sambung dengan EMI. So we had a lot of capital back then. And then we cakap nak beli tu beli ni beli semua. Again, maybe we were not careful. Dan pada masa sama juga kita were riding high that ada sponsor nak taja 2 juta nak buat konsert satu Malaysia. And then kita confident. Very confident about nothing can go wrong lah. Apa kita sentuh je jadi goal. Apa sentuh jadi goal. So jadi apa yang saya rasa yang masalah yang ketika itu ialah we didn't have enough failures back then. The first 4-5 years tu. Everything went just so smoothly. Alhamdulillah lah, bersyukur. Tapi bila kita kena test macam tu, baru kita cakap, tiba-tiba gawat ekonomi, dah plan macam-macam. And then konsep pula, kita ingatkan nothing ke korang, ada jadi kontroversi pula. Kita namakan konsep tu Crew Mania. Sebenarnya tak adalah apa maksud mania. Kita macam tengok WrestleMania, kan? Tak adalah kita rasa perkataan tu mania tu salah sangat apa pun. Tapi ada orang yang beranggap mania ni macam gila KRU. Kan? Maniac. Semua sekali asalnya memanglah perkataan maniac kan. Jadi dia punya tu connotation macam sampai konsert kami kena ban. I don't know whether you remember that. Dia tahu yes, dia tahu. Kalau peminat KRU tu dia akan cakap macam tu. Jadi seorang je peminat KRU dalam ni sebenarnya. So jadi that was a challenge. Kenapa tahu? Ketika itu kami dah macam-macam komitmen kita ada. Staff dah tambah, dah beli bangunan, ambil bank loan, beli equipment, janji dengan sponsor ni, janji dengan itu, janji semua. Dah banyak komitmen kita buat. And then bila kena ban konsert tu, sampai 3 bulan lah saya rasa tak tahu apa salah kami lah. Rasa macam tak tahu ke mana, apa nak kena buat. This is outside of our control. The economy is one thing. Kita cuba yang dah beli aset-aset baru dan barang-barang tu nak buat kononnya nak buat program TV, tapi program TV station pun tutup pintu. And then kita nak buat konsert dah diharamkan. Kaki tangan tak ramai lah ketika tu, lebih kurang 30 orang, tapi still nak bayar gaji. So the point is, and then sponsor dah cakap, kalau you tak jadi ni bayar balik lah. Bank dah kejar, minta nak bayar, you dah bayar installment dah lama tak bayar ni. So benda-benda macam tu yang kita sendiri pun tak boleh nak commit because semua potential revenue stream semua disekat. Dan entah macam mana, again lah rezeki lah kot. Again lah, saya rasa mungkin kerajaan Malaysia pun at the federal level actually have a very larger view. Sampai mesyuarat kena bincang kat kabinet lah konsert KRU ni. Sampai kena ada keputusan kabinet nak katakan bahawa teruskan konsert KRU ni. Dan dia punya isu yang dia katakan kalau Michael Jackson boleh buat konsert kat Malaysia, takkan KRU pun tak boleh kot. Kan? That is the angle lah. And dia tengok senarai lagu-lagu kami kebanyakannya very positive values untuk youth kan. So dekat situ je baru kita start balik. Dan saya rasa boleh katakan that was the most challenging time. adalah satu, and at one time yang untuk kita nak dapat dia, saya ulas sikit lagi, ni pasal peluang yang pertama yang buka kami buat konsert balik kat Sabah. Ada orang Sabah kat sini? Ada tak? Terima kasih orang Sabah. Kerana itu je yang state yang kata, pasal mungkin dia orang open minded lagi, kan? Dia cakap buat kat Sabah dulu. So we were wishful thinking, kita boleh rasa everything is going to be all okay again. Kita percaya pada seorang promoter ni nak buat, pasal dia yang connect with all the permission semua pakai. Tapi rupanya that promoter let us down lah, sampai kita bawa equipment kita ni daripada Semenanjung pergi ke sana semua, cost a lot of money semua. Tapi kita just want to do the concert again. Tak kira pasal duit dah, ni kita just want to do it. So that the sponsor cakap, okay, bolehlah kita start balik kan. So jadi apa yang berlaku, apparently unfortunately the promoter walaupun dia invited bla bla semua, tapi dia tak bayar venue. So Stadium Likas saya ingat lagi, dia tak nak buka pintu kalau tak bayar. Ada 30,000 ke apa entah. Kami yang collection tiket-tiket tu kami tak collect, yang promoter yang collect. So time tu petang, pukul 5 petang, nak pergi bank pun tak boleh, macam mana nak keluar duit. So apa yang berlaku, staff saya seorang-seorang pergi ATM keluar duit. Keluarkan cash. So jadi kat situ ya saya tengok, dia punya connection dengan staff pun is very important. So itulah, alhamdulillah.
So tough but so sweet ending dia kan. Itu maksudnya ada people's touch lah. You and your staff and the bosses kan. Okay, saya pula seriau. Kalau saya jadi usahawan macam ni tak boleh lah.
Dapat sudahnya dapat bayar 30,000 tu dapat buat konsert. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Okay, this is the time. Saya buka. Siapa nak bertanya soalan kepada usahawan influencer? Bukan mudah ni. Datuk Norman dekat depan kita. Miss Elsie. Cik N, nanti nampak dari jauh je ikon tu. Cik N tu. So, saya buka soalan. Datin, sila.
Saya sebenarnya usahawan daripada darjah 1 lagi. Tapi sekarang ni saya dah slow down sebab saya dah jadi president of NGO lah. Okay. Miss Elsie, saya salute you lah. Because wherever saya pergi, kadang saya bawa sendiri kedai kat workshop. Buatkan semua dia punya honor. Man. Okay. M-E-N. Datuk Norman, man Datuk Norman?
Yeah.
Okay je.
Jadi kan sekarang ni dulu kita ada Allahyarhamah Datuk Mazdah Hamid, okay? She's a Iron Lady. And I think you also Iron Lady lah. But you boleh memasuki bidang yang dikuasai oleh lelaki. Saya pun, itu saja saya nak bagi inilah. I'm grateful to hear that. Okay. Saya pun nak bagi kata-kata semangat juga pada Datuk Norman yang baik hati dan Miss Anne yang saya sayangi. Sebab apa, you all ni memang orang yang outstanding. Orang yang is not dulu saya ingatkan Datuk Norman ni dia banyak duit gila-gila sebab dia buat konsert banyak kan. Tapi kita tak tahu dia punya hassle kan, dia punya kekurangan apa yang dia alami tu. Kita ingatkan bila dia buat konsert dulu memang terkenal gila lah kan. Saya pun salah satu peminat tu Datuk Norman. Saya pun minat menyanyi juga semua, tapi tak boleh jadi penyanyi. Orang Kelantan mak tak kasih jadi penyanyi. Jadi itulah saya macam you all ni, saya banggalah walaupun saya pun usahawan datang kat sini berjumpa you all semua. Semangat yang kuat yang you all ada tu. Okay. All the best for you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Datin, tu bukan soalan tu. Tu memang puji-pujian. Okey lah. Ucapan. Thank you, Datin. Okay, alright. Yeah.
First of all, I would like to apologize. I've lost my beautiful voice actually.
Pergi konsert ke? Ataupun
I don't know whether I took lots of rambutan or durian. But I told myself before I come, I test my COVID. It's negative, so don't worry, okay?
Alhamdulillah, okay.
Please listen to my very husky voice today.
Tapi seksi kan,
Alright?
Datuk?
Datuk Norman
ada, macam Tina Turner.
Datuk Norman, I sing very well, okay? I angkat tangan. I must tell you, if we go for karaoke, nobody can hold the mic except me. Serious, I'm serious, okay? I can think in life and whatnot. But today I'm very impressed and very, a question later for three of you all, okay, Dato and LC and also Anne, yeah? I'm also an usahawan. I go down and up roller coaster in my business, and every usahawan have to face there. And sometimes I've just talked to my colleague here. What are we here doing? We are the Otai group already, you know. We are considered Otai lah, more than 60 to Otai lah, betul tak Dato' eh? Jadi welcome to the series 6 nanti.
Belum lagi. Saya baru 51 ni tu. Cepat
sorry,
sangat
sorry.
lah.
You 50. You 5.
50,
Seri 5. So I need
Ada 9
a series.
tahun lagi.
Yes, I'm going to be now I'm in series 6. Okay? Declaration, no, nothing to hide about age. Age is also a number, right? So, being involved in the business and the corporate world before is two entirely different things. Dato', yeah? Every one of us face a lot of challenges in life, family, business, and things like that. I promise you, to tell you the truth, from the beginning of the time that I touched my hand as an entrepreneur, which was challenged by my late husband, going into aircraft, and which I know that is not an area that can be taken by women. But I am very sure there was no support that time, macam Datuk lah that time when you were talking about masa time-time dulu-dulu lah kiranya, tak ada banyak beza pun our time pun ya. Nak cakap telefon pun tak ada handphone macam sekarang. So everything is so slow, and that is the courage. But because of the passion, and Datuk, you mentioned about the passion that you are here, and all of us here, except few of us that cannot say anything because they maybe like you said just now, the passion that holds us here. So Datuk, I'd like to ask, what is going, this is the question, and all of you. I've been working closely with few ministries, especially the Ministry of Wanita. I train people in skill management, okay, where they are. I train and place and work with industry. Ini otai-otai yang ada 3-4 orang sini memang kau tim ni semua. Ya, orang lama lah, ya. We just like to share with you because we don't bring this when we go, all right? Now, what is going to be your future plan because now I'm thinking, looking at the younger generation, the future of Malaysia, the future of the younger generation. If we do not disseminate a kind of sharing to them, what are they going to be? Because we see there are some good and there are some negative things also, which we, all the time, like you, LC, I'm very proud of you. You are touching the man's world, which is incredible. And I'm the president of the International Women Entrepreneur of Malaysia. I would like to welcome you to be part and parcel of this program of us, okay? I'll talk to you later. Tempat juga tu, ajak masuk. And also, this is one thing I'm happy to be here today. Being the first pilot project of Netpreneur of SME, Norimah, myself, I don't know who else here. We are happy to see all of you here, and we look forward to be here today, especially when hear all this, all of you here. What are the future plan of the industry of music? Datuk, where are we heading? Because every time when we look at programs of the Britain talent, American Idol, Filipino Idol, and so forth, kita tak ada kat situ pun. Sedih kadang-kadang kan. Lepas tu juga all the comedian, I know it doesn't touch you, like Steve Harvey, which I think is so creative, because I think it's high time that our industry should be creative and move few things together to make a product, which I think that would be the look if we want to place ourselves into the arena of international. Now, coming to you, LC, so amazing for a spare part, I can imagine. But I was learning about what the engine of an aircraft for Airbus 320, but I cannot even imagine you handling the car. So what is your future plan for the younger generation, your batches? We don't know when we're going to go one day, right? And we'd like to look forward for the younger generation to be there. And what is your future plan? And Dato and you, and also the youngest here, Icon. My dear, I run a pastry academy college. I train and skill, especially for the underprivileged punya anak-anak, dan juga untuk BB40, dan juga anak-anak ahli-ahli orang asli. Two of my students are now based and work in the United Kingdom. Like you said, Dato', I'm so agreed with you. Nak minta tiket kapal terbang, nak minta student, dah bayarkan tempat tinggal, dah bayarkan tempat semua kita siapkan. Hanya nak minta tiket kapal terbang bawa anak-anak orang sini pergi belajar pun tak dapat. Nobody helps except we help ourselves. Because why? Because the passion to bring them up. And I'm glad they are now walking from the kitchen right to the front of Marriott Hotel. So this is what. So back to you, Cik Anis. What is going to be your future plan in the industry of what you are? I'm sure one day you wanted to go and visit, well, the Paris best lah, the Gordon Raison place where the best pastry in the world that's going to be putting you up. So there are ways if you want to be there. And we can always help you because we have the connection networking. But you did mention you are here because of the networking, betul tak? So you have the networking here today. So that's what I want to say. Thank you so much. I would like to share and I would like to hear the future plan of all three of you here. Ya, Datuk Norman. Thank you so much.
Hebat soalan dia. Sila.
Okay, terima kasih soalan tu. Okey, saya bagi tahu. Okey, macam saya sekarang saya berada di dalam industri ini, pastry, skill. Maknanya saya juga ada akademi sebenarnya, Idris Academy. Dan saya juga sekarang membantu usahawan-usahawan. Membantu usahawan-usahawan yang ingin mulakan perniagaan. Sekarang ini yang saya buat. Maknanya usahawan-usahawan B40 yang mana nak berniaga datang kat saya. Macam baru-baru ni tahun lepas saya diberi peluang melatih sebanyak 100 orang usahawan dalam bidang bakery. Program tersebut adalah program daripada SME Corp sendiri iaitu Mikro Connector. 100 orang seluruh Malaysia. Jadi 100 orang ni saya nak cerita apa yang saya buat. Maknanya saya muda. Dan pengalaman saya ni yang 16 tahun ni, kadang-kadang kita tengok usahawan-usahawan yang dalam golongan B40 ni yang masih muda, yang tercari-cari, tak tahu apa benda nak buat. Yang ini kita bagi bantuan. Sebab itu dalam banyak-banyak program agensi, semua saya terlibat. Saya juga adalah konsultan untuk beberapa agensi. Jadi saya nak bagi satu contoh lah daripada program Micro Connector ni. So nama dia Farah Haris. Yang ni memang sentiasa saya ingat, masih muda, baru 20 lebih, datang ke office saya menangis. Apa nak buat? Ni tak ada. Sale sebulan berapa? Sale sebulan 3,000. Anak 2 orang. Buat kek kat rumah. Jadi kadang-kadang kita nak bagi tahu pada usahawan-usahawan ini, terutamanya golongan B40. Berniaga ni macam Datuk Rahman kata, bermula pada apa yang kita ada. Jangan nak tunggu nak buat kek, mindset diorang ni kita nak kena tukar. Nak tunggu ada oven besar, ada itu besar, ada ini besar, takkan jadi. Jadi tanya pada diri apa yang ada. Apakah kepakaran dia. Jadi saya sebagai ikon, masih muda akan korek apa yang dia orang nak sebenarnya. Jadi daripada sale dia sebulan 3,000, sekarang ni dah cecah Puan Yati, sekarang dah cecah sebulan 30 ke 40,000. Yang ini bila usahawan datang kat saya, kalau kita masuk dalam program-program agensi, kadang-kadang usahawan kadang-kadang ada yang syok sendiri. Bila dah masuk program kita ni nak jadi macam kita ni bulan 30,000, 40,000. Tetapi cara bimbingan saya adalah yang realiti. Jadi realiti macam mana? Tunjuk bank statement. Jadi setiap usahawan golongan B40 ni yang saya coaching ini, semuanya kena tunjuk bank statement. Jadi saya bila berada di tahap ini, jadi saya selalu pesan tidak ada yang mustahil. Sebab itu tertubuhnya akademi saya. Akademi saya tertubuh pada tahun 5 tahun lepas. Sekarang saya ada akademi untuk membantu usahawan-usahawan muda dan juga golongan-golongan B40 dan juga golongan-golongan asnaf. Yang mana mereka ini mencari duit dengan sendiri. Jangan minta bantuan, mengharapkan orang lagi. Jadi kita boleh berdikari. Ini yang saya buat sekarang ni. Dan Alhamdulillah masih lagi teruskan perjuangan saya untuk mendidik. Sebab itu kita bila nak bantu macam tahap saya ini, nak membantu golongan-golongan muda terutamanya. Sekarang dia tengok TikTok. TikTok ni ada baik, ada buruk. Kadang-kadang saya takut bila tengok TikTok ni, kadang-kadang usahawan muda ni tak nak kerja. Budak-budak muda ni tak nak kerja. Sebab apa? TikTok punya bagi duit. Saya ni sebenarnya tak tahu. Jadi, saya pun kata, jadi PA saya kata, kena buat TikTok. Saya kata, takkanlah saya nak joget-joget. Saya tidak akanlah. Tak apa-apa buat live. Bila buat live, dapat topi, dapat ni, dan rupanya itu semua duit. Jadi, ini membimbangkan saya sebenarnya. Ni macam mana ni? Ni duit-duit ni dapat ni, patutlah diorang tak nak kerja. Macam saya umur 20 dah berniaga dah. Ini. Sebab itulah bila adanya program di bawah agensi, kalau kita ada anak ke, ada saudara mara ke yang muda ke, suruh masuk program-program begini. Kena sentiasa dekat. Sebab tu kena pesan, siapa circle kita nak berkawan ni sebenarnya ni. Itulah. Inilah yang saya nak buat plan-plan saya. InsyaAllah. Dan saya sekarang ni tengah recruit tim-tim saya untuk menjadi tenaga pengajar. Dan saya sendiri juga mempersiapkan diri saya sebagai orang kata guru besar lah. Walaupun dah guru besar tapi nak mempersiapkan lagi lah insyaAllah untuk membantu golongan B40. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the question about the future of this industry. Like as you know, a spare part, when the EV coming, electric vehicle coming, and the wave is so strong, especially we are so close to China, because China is not a traditional, conventional car country. So how they want to bypass the industry, they want to bypass like Japan, Germany. So dia kena cari lain, another landasan yang dia boleh outstanding. Dia can be the world number one, the world title. So dia create electric vehicle. So this is all why China is so fast in EV. But for spare part, in Malaysia, kita still ada banyak bengkel bawah pokok cherry. Still, we have a lot of it. And this is what I worry, and my team, like we work, my partner Sharon, we always work with MITI, SME Corp, Mari, Standard Malaysia. We, KPD and HP especially, we raise our concern. Sebab when we run on the ground, bengkel-bengkel bawah pokok ni macam mana nak cope dengan, don't talk about the EV first. The electric car yang sekarang ada, even X50, X70, banyak ignition coil. Abang-abang mekanik tak dapat nak memperbaiki all this kind of vehicle. Kenapa? They don't have that kind of knowledge. They don't have that kind of technology. Nak buat, takkan nak tukar battery, even you nak tukar brake pad, you kena diagnose juga. So how? So this is the thing that we always raise to the Kementerian to look into this so that we can support the abang-abang mechanic bawah pokok cherry to transform. And that's why when Mari approached us in 2017 to give a product training, product talk, encouragement to abang mechanic across Malaysia, we did that since 2017 together with Sharon and my team. We go across di Malaysia, semua bengkel-bengkel. We go to give a talk, we tell them the technology of Brembo. Brembo is the world class and why you need to transform this and that. So we do a lot of initiative, a lot of education in hope that for aftermarket automotive in Malaysia, somehow we will grow together. And when EV is coming, like conventional car will dalam aftermarket, kita boleh jual 2,000 part number. We can do business from distributor to the part store to the bengkel. You masih boleh buat 2,000 part number, you boleh berniaga. But when EV come into place, you hanya ada 20 part number. And mostly, macam Tesla, they will ask you to go back to the factory. And how about the aftermarket industry? What is going to do with these people from the distributor to part shop to the bengkel? And Malaysia, we do not have the blueprint for EV yet. So what's the future? So for us in Amaro, we actually work closely with Continental Tire. They have a segment called Continental Automotive. All these big world-class factory like Brembo, like FMG, ZF Group, Danso, we work with all these big people so that we know what is going on in the automotive industry so that we can transform first before we actually support the community to transform. So that's what we do for automotive aftermarket.
Si cakap pasal kereta saya tak faham. Saya tahu buat kereta je. Okay, I think I'll start with the future. I think the future is very promising for the creative industry dan juga berkaitan dengan ekonomi digital. Mana-mana kita lihat pun, mana-mana organisasi pun, saya percaya SME Corp pun ada digital media team dia. Yang di mana di waktu satu ketika tu tak wujud pun jawatan-jawatan sebegini. Tak kira lah graphic designer, video editor, videographer, editor, script writer dan sebagainya. Ataupun sometimes you want to score your own music, music composer, sound engineer dan musicians and so on. So sebenarnya dalam era kita dalam buat perubahan ya, transformasi ke arah fully digital, to go fully digital, the economy digital dan juga creative industry bergerak seiring. In fact, you can see a lot more opportunities untuk mereka yang berkiat aktif dalam industri kreatif ni untuk tap new opportunities beyond just making films and making music. Dan sekarang ni pula bila kita dah masuk dalam era digital untuk especially untuk music, you're already a global player once you actually masuk your song dalam YouTube, for example. YouTube contributes between 55% to 75% of income to record companies now. And then of course there are other streaming platforms like Spotify, Apple Music and so on. Semua tu menjana hasil kepada industri muzik. Tapi pada masa sama kita nak pastikan konten tersebut ada audiensnya kepada pasaran-pasaran tertentu. Jadi kami lihat trend bagi kami yang mudah untuk kami tembus pasaran luar negara, malah lebih pada 200 buah negara, adalah kandungan animasi kita dan lagu-lagu kanak-kanak, nursery rhymes. Saya ingat saya punya biggest hit sekarang ni lagu yang dekat cecah 430 juta views dan tontonan adalah lagu ABC. A, B, C, D. Tak payah susah buat ulalam, awas semua. Lagu tu, dan dinyanyikan oleh seekor katak. Dan keduanya lagu Old MacDonald Had a Farm. Itu ada 300 over million views, 310, 20 million. Dan ditonton di majoriti luar negara. Malaysia ranking dia nombor 10, nombor 12. Dan lagu Old MacDonald Had a Farm, dia punya artis adalah seekor lembu. So jadi ada katak ada lembu pun dah okey. So jadi sekarang ni saya cuma nak katakan bahawa creativity tu sebenarnya can be very wide. Tak kira lah dalam era NFT. These are all digital assets. Ada yang tak suka, ada yang suka. Ada yang beli aset ni. Tapi bila kita terbitkan lagu-lagu dan sebagainya, kita sekarang ni tak jual kaset, tak jual CD. Walaupun vinyl dah datang balik, tetapi realitinya orang beli access. They just want to subscribe to Spotify, they subscribe to Netflix, nak tonton rancangan tersebut. And you can actually release your content worldwide. So the prospect is very good. Saya nampak dekat Malaysia ni pun ada jadi jutawan, jadi YouTuber. Ada juga di China jadi influencer pun boleh jadi jutawan. Maknanya dia tak ada produk sendiri. Dia jual untuk orang lain. So jadi ini adalah contoh-contoh yang saya dapat lihat trend ini akan berlaku dekat Malaysia. Dan sekarang sudah pun berlaku untuk YouTube, for example. Dan saya lihat, saya ada berbeza sedikit pandangan dengan N pasal TikToker ni. Sebenarnya ada yang daripada mereka, they are very good in what they do, becoming a TikToker. They become an influencer, they earn money there. Jadi saya dalam dekat KRU Academy, KRU Masterclass, sekarang kita tukar nama kepada KRU Masterclass, kita ada 3 pathway untuk mereka. Satu, jadi usahawan, macam yang N buat. Keduanya, untuk bekerja kat mana-mana syarikat. So we buat placement untuk job placement and so on. Ketiga adalah mereka untuk bekerja dalam gig ekonomi. Dia tak nak jadi usahawan, dia tak nak jadi pekerja, dia nak jadi freelancer. As and when they are being hired and so on.
So nak jadi TikToker, nak jadi influencer, nak jadi YouTuber, these are all part and parcel of gig economy punya. Kadang-kadang kalau dia nak jana hasil, dia kadang-kadang dia nak create content je, dia tak nak pening kepala nak layan pelanggan. Jadi dia buat, dia hasilkan. Dan ada yang dah berjaya. Budak-budak Kelantan dan sebagainya. Latin ya. So tapi yang pentingnya, kita ni dekat Malaysia ni banyak sangat pantang larang. Macam guna perkataan mania jadi isu kan. Jadi kita ni kena kikiskan benda-benda macam tu. Kerana industri kreatif ni tak boleh kita kongkong dan dikawal. Bukan kata kita buat benda yang tak betul. Tapi ada sekarang ni macam contohnya kalau di sekolah-sekolah mewujudkan contohnya subjek-subjek berkaitan dengan kandungan kreatif. How to be creative. Jangan kata itu, nak buat pementasan pun. How do you actually promote yourself? I mean, how do you go on stage, articulate your thoughts dengan penuh keyakinan that you boleh bercerita dengan orang tu. Jadi apa yang kami lakukan? Kami ada Yayasan KRU di mana kami juga buat kerjasama dengan Big Bad Wolf untuk mengedarkan buku-buku ni kepada sekolah-sekolah daripada prasekolah sampai ke sekolah menengah for them to tell a story. Tell a story, itu semudah itu je. You baca secara kreatif macam mana you nak cerita sesuatu cerita. You are a storyteller. You boleh baca pada satu hari. Tapi kalau orang yang pandai, pada suatu hari, ini sang kancil pergi singgah dan berjumpa dengan buaya. Dia bertanya, buaya. Kancil suara lembut. Buaya. Jadi kan? Lepas tu buaya, ya apa dia? Kena cakap macam kreatif macam tu. Jadi kat situ, kita nak galakkan kanak-kanak dan golongan remaja ni, at least asah bakat mereka nak bercerita. Baca buku je pun tak boleh ke? So jadi itu yang sebenarnya kalau boleh kita galakkan lagi lah budaya kreatif. Saya tengok trend, bukan nak kata apalah, saya selalu cakap Sabah Sarawak ni special sikit. Kerana mereka lebih terbuka. Yeah? They are more open. Daripada kecil dah menyanyi. That's why there's a lot of good singers from Sabah and Sarawak. So jadi kita dekat sini, dekat Semenanjung ni kadang-kadang banyak sangat dia punya kekangan, pantang larang dan sebagainya. Dan di situ kalau boleh kita nak mainkan peranan kami melalui Yayasan KRU untuk kalau tak boleh menyanyi tak apalah, kita suruh dia bercerita, boleh. Suruh dia baca buku atas pentas. Macam mana dia nak menyampaikan ni secara kreatif. Kerana besok apa mereka nak jadi usahawan ke, nak jadi menyertai gig ekonomi, nak jadi influencer, nak jadi TikToker, nak jadi YouTuber ke, ataupun nak bekerja dalam satu-satu syarikat atau organisasi ataupun dalam SME Corp pun, takkan tak ada ciri-ciri keusahawanan dan ciri-ciri kreatif. Kena ada creative thinking. That's what we are like. I hope that the government sees this and nampak that to put in more effort to promote creativity. Dan pada masa sama juga put a lot of kadang-kadang bukan pasal duit, kadang-kadang effort tu dan the political will. Ya, janganlah cakap dekat Kelantan tak boleh nyanyi. So jadi nyanyi negaraku tak boleh kot. Boleh kan? So maksud saya cuba kita cari mana yang setakat mana kita boleh pergi, kan? Jadi pada saya rasa saya sebagai orang korporat, kita kena cari dana kita nak buat bisnes. Our purpose, we are business people. We may have an entity like Yayasan KRU. Tujuan dia ada aktiviti dia, dan kami juga macam Anne juga, kami pun look at the B40 youth yang berminat dalam industri kreatif dan juga ekonomi digital. And we provide scholarships untuk dilatih dekat KRU Masterclass dan juga di tempat-tempat lain. So jadi this is part and parcel of what we do, and we truly believe that the industry can grow to a much higher level. Cuma that golongan-golongan muda, ibu bapa juga, bukan kata guru-guru saja, ibu bapa juga harus sedar bahawa peluang tu sangat-sangat besar. Dulu-dulu orang kata nak jadi lawyer, nak jadi magistrate, nak jadi doktor, sekarang tak perlu. Nak jadi TikToker, jadi YouTuber pun boleh, kan? Kerana mereka kalau boleh menjana hasil dan mereka boleh bantu keluarga mereka, why not? So jadi that's how I think about macam the future about ni, and I think we need to encourage creativity at a very young age. Itu yang paling penting.
Yeah. Very informative kan. Datuk, kalau dulu-dulu zaman Piramli kan, tak adalah soalan siapa itu Kasim Selamat kan? Wah, itu macam masa tu show dah, oh hebat. Tak ada nak jadi magistrate je kan dengan lawyer. Okay. Alright, okay. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, actually tiga-tiga panel kita ni dalam sektor yang memang bertepatan. As you know, sebenarnya kerajaan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-12, we put digital economy, creative industry, automotive and high value of MMB adalah antara strategic industri yang kita promote. Itu memang untuk rancangan Malaysia ke-12, those are among 8 that kita tengok ada potential, high potential to give impact kepada rakyat lah. Okay, ada 5 minit lagi, belum habis. Oh, ada lagi soalan? Boleh lah, okay. Short and concise, satu soalan. Saya baru nak tanya, nak bagi soalan penutup sesi, tapi tak apa. Okay.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum Datuk Anissa, and thank you very much as well for Datuk Norman, Cik Elsie and Cik Ann for your sharing and great to listen to from live from somebody who starts from scratch. Ni soalan satu je spesifik untuk Datuk Norman. Berkenaan your ending tu was very touching. The fact that your staff actually, your team came out with that 30K untuk diorang sama-sama, makna diorang merasai what you are feeling. You know, they are with you. So there must be something that you've done on a routine basis, such as core value or setting a company culture yang menyebabkan diorang are with you. So could you share that with us, what you do on daily basis? Thank you.
Saya nak sambung sikit, saya tak tempat cerita tadi pasal dia ada limit ATM ni 3,000. Jadi saya Yusri Adri keluar 3,000 seorang. Maksimum 9, tak cukup duit tu. Tapi staff yang ada tu, setengah tu memang dia percaya pada kami, kita akan bayar dia balik. Itu je. Dia akan cakap bila kita buat konsert dia, habis tamat konsert kita bayar balik. Dan we did, ya. Dan dia punya, I think the bonding is very important lah. I think macam kami rasa kadang-kadang kalau kami mampu, kami buat pergi company trip, pergi overseas pun ada. Ada yang kita buat annual dinner dan sebagainya kita buat. Kita cuba wujudkan suasana keharmonian sebagai satu kawan-kawan lah, ya. Saya selalu gurau dengan diorang. Marah-marah juga tapi gurau-gurau juga. Dan saya tahu seorang pun ada ni, Hafiz, dia our head of marketing, dia tahulah style saya. Selepas ni saya cuma nak katakan dari segi you treat people how you want to be treated. So saya selalu cakap kadang-kadang bila dengan even because I also have my wife also help the business dan dia as a group finance person. I cakap, bayangkan kalau ini anak I kan, you nak buat dia macam tu ke tidak? I cakap itu je. Kalau macam manalah kita nak buat sesuatu, ya. So kita kena bagi sebaik mana boleh informasi dan juga guidance. Yang important is actually kadang-kadang bukan salah dekat peringkat bawahan. Kadang-kadang middle management tu jadi problem. Tu ada mismatch between the higher management, people like you are the entrepreneurs, you have your staff yang jaga dekat bawah tu, yang tengah-tengah ni kadang-kadang you supervisor, manager ni kena hati-hati. Tapi kadang-kadang diorang ni pun, you boleh bantu mereka dengan telling them your expectation of them by documenting it. Ini antara kelemahan kebanyakan SME. To document the process. SOP-nya, org-chart-nya. Kadang org-chart pun bertukar-tukar. Kadang-kadang ada orang baru masuk, tiba-tiba je tahun ni kosong. Siapa nak tanggung tugas ni? So jadi, we need to understand what they're experiencing as well. It's not perfect. I'm not saying that they semua sayang saya. Tak. Kan? There will be ups and downs. Tapi the reality is that we try to be fair to them as much as possible. Masa COVID tu, not a single person kita sack. We tried our very best, and thanks to the government also lah, bagi subsidi gaji ketika itu. So jadi it help us to help them. Tapi kita cakap janganlah, kita kerja banyak, and kita rasa pasal time tu pun tak tahu COVID bila nak tutup, bila nak okay balik. Kita cannot let go good stuff. Kan, kita try to retain. So jadi saya rasa the basic so-called concept is that satu, of course we need to treat them macam how you want to be treated. One. Second, we need to organize it in such a way whereby it's documented. So that they are the dealing with employees ni ada empat proses pada saya lah. Satu, sebelum kadang-kadang staff saya pun selalu macam middle management cakap, saya nak ambil staff lah, tak cukup tangan, tak cukup orang dan sebagainya. It's always tak cukup. So saya cakap pertama sekali you buat JD dengan KPI dia dulu. Tell me, justify what is the job function and dia punya KPI. Macam mana kita nak measure dia punya performance matrix dia. So that is number one. So that means selain daripada tu, JD, job description dengan KPI, sediakan dia punya org chart. How does it look like when this person masuk macam mana? Siapkan jadual kerja macam mana? Sebelum kita nak interview siapa pun, kita kena tahu, okay lah, this is the expectation of this person to join this organisation. Second part is actually, kita kena cari yang orang sesuai and competent for that jawatan lah. Kerana kadang-kadang orang nak masuk KRU ni nak jadi glamour. Terus terang saya cakap. Dia rasa glamour, dia masuk social media, I masuk. I know that, especially zaman-zaman ni, I think Anne pun tahulah, generasi muda ni they want to be seen. Zaman-zaman TikTok, zaman-zaman social media ni, they just want to feel ada some sort of like endorsement from others, because zaman media social ni. So we need to make sure kita hire the right people. So that means for that position. Ketiga is to train them, tell them the expectation yang kita nak diorang deliver. And last but not least, kalau if you've done all the three right, the rest, the next part is easy because you just need to delegate, monitor, and get them to report. So there's 4 process involved. Dan cara kita layan dengan staff ni, ialah kita tahulah kita kadang-kadang macam jaga anak jugalah. Kan, kalau kita pukul, lepas tu punya kusuk balik. Walaupun saya tak pernah pukul anak saya lah. Marah tapi kita pujuk balik. Macam tu. Okeylah. Dengan isteri macam tu juga. Kan? Jadi kena tahu macam nak tackle balik. Jadi sama dengan staff, dia orang pun ada emosi dia. Kena jagalah dari segi macam mana kita bina hubungan baik tersebut. Kerana it's like friendship. Yeah.
In a way, saya nampak you have created sense of belonging among the KRU punya ni lah, family kan?
We try our very best to do that and get them to feel proud of our achievement because it's never been just Norman Yusri Edri. Even orang nampak Norman Yusri Edri, tapi sebenarnya kat belakang tu ramai orang lagi.
Okay, since kita dah nak ke penghujung, they are the bosses. Okay, saya nak tanya pada mereka ni, describe yourself in 3 words. Bukan apa, mungkin bos-bos SME kat depan ni dia boleh tiru. Bos ni apa kualiti dia. So, Cik N Idris, describe yourself in 3 words supaya itu sebenarnya adalah pesanan you kepada diorang. Be bos yang macam mana. So, describe diri you.
Saya seorang yang sangat tegas, pemurah dan boleh bawa berbincang.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Bos yang comel kan. Tengok anak bos tengok okay dia tegas pun tapi okay lah dia comel. Okay. Miss LC.
I always believe leader is to serve. Jangan duduk di office.
Okay.
And I'm very result oriented. We talk about results sahaja. And then of course the bonding with the staff, like award them. Jangan semua untung masuk poket.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we always award our salesmen with the highest commission bonus. Even last year, during pandemic, we are giving 3-month bonuses to our. And this.
Ada kerja kosong tak? Part time.
2022, we are giving away 4 months of bonuses to them. Yeah. And we also train them to become an entrepreneur. So they will have a share if they stand out and they are ready to be to own a branch in any of the next will be in Sabah. So any of them, they are ready, they can come to us and propose. So this is, as an entrepreneur, you kena jaga semua orang. So that jangan everything masuk your pocket. It doesn't work that way anymore.
That is the answer, rezeki murah kan, dia share. Okay Datuk.
Okay, nak jawab soalan ni dia 3 words tapi dia ada kembang sikit.
Tak apa, okay.
First kali I think as a leader you kena ada vision lah. I think I'm visionary. I hope so. I think so. And I think I know yang that is what describes me lah. So to be visionary you must understand what you do. Yeah, to understand what's the trend, what happened in the past. To not to say can predict the future, tapi you need to anticipate certain level of so-called potential growth and areas kat mana kita nak fokus. So visionary is one. Second, I believe I am a good leader with my team. In fact, if I'm not, I would not be elected as a chairman of recording industry, chairman of film industry, sampai ke even regional level kat Asia Pacific pun. So it's also because when you're as a leader, you need to be able to articulate your thoughts, communicate with them well, and also get them to be part of that decision making. You tak boleh macam semua okay my way or highway, kerana at the end of the day that's how you can get good vibe in your organisation. Ya, jadi and being a leader as well, kadang-kadang you gonna have a lot of patience because macam saya tak pergi jauh lah, nak deal dengan Yusri Adri cara dia lain. Ya, nak deal dengan siapa-siapa pun. Ya, ini adik-beradik ni. Kan? Ada caranya. Masing-masing staff semua. So that means you need to know how to deal with people. Last but not least, kreatif lah. I think even though people might actually rank me kreatif dulu daripada yang lain-lain tu, tapi I think kreatif tak semestinya nak buat music, nak buat filem. But creative is also about problem solving, about being so-called being creative about even doing a business plan also you need to be creative. So jadi ada 3 perkara tu dan ini last soalan habis Apa lagi? Boleh saya promote sikit?
Boleh.
Jadi saya sebenarnya saya nak cakap juga kat sini kepada rakan-rakan SME, kita ada kerjasama dengan syarikat media lain khususnya Astro untuk membantu dari segi penjeramaan branding untuk ini I think very important untuk mana-mana syarikat untuk whether it's digital advertising or cover TV or radio. So there's packages that is actually very very attractive for first time SME punya advertisers. You can contact Hafiz. Hafiz tolong berdiri Hafiz. Sesaja saya panggil dia. Ni Hafiz is our head of group marketing. Kalau sekiranya nak find out more about that, dan kita juga ada insyaAllah kita ada something that we can collaborate with SME Corp untuk membantu you all dari segi again lah a bit of pembiayaan. So bukanlah semua ada syarat-syarat dia, ada kriteria dia. So jadi boleh berhubung dengan Cik Hafiz untuk bagaimana untuk berhubung. Dan juga sekiranya anda ingin menyertai program-program latihan juga, boleh promote juga lah. Nak masuk bakery you, nak masuk bakery je ke you buat?
And Idris Academy, right?
And Idris Academy, saya bagi peluang pasal tak promote lagi, saya bagi promote sikit tu dia. Dan bagi KRU at krmasterclass.com, we provide very short term programs juga, sama ada daripada 1 hari sehingga 3 bulan, tapi of course the programs for entrepreneur kebiasaannya 1 minggu saja. So jadi can also contact Hafiz for social commerce punya program. I think social commerce is actually very relevant in using various social media platforms untuk mempromosikan apa jua perniagaan that you run. Yeah, so jadi itu je lah promotion iklan. Okay,
But
itu je.
that's very crucial. Betul tak kan? A&P dalam perniagaan tu is a must kan? Critical.
Macam mana you nak berniaga kalau orang tak kenal you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So terima kasih Datuk Norman for your info. Terima kasih. Moga terus cemerlang. Happy 51st birthday in advance.
Thank you.
Bulan depan kan? Okay. Tapi dia belum lah dengan grup 60 tu. Okay. LC keep going, keep stronger. Begitu juga dengan CN. Moga terus berjaya. Okay? Alright. Saya minta kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan. Kita beri tepukan gemuruh kepada 3 panelis kita petang ni. I think we have a very great session and excellent info daripada mereka. Terima kasih banyak-banyak ya. Okay. Over to you, Cik Hidayat. Thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Hanisah binti Hussein serta ahli panel yang lain yang berbahagia Datuk Norman Abdul Halim, Miss Elsie Hong dan Cik N Idris atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh sekali lagi kepada mereka semua. Baiklah yang berbahagia Tan Sri, Datuk Datin, Doktor, tuan-tuan dan puan, dengan itu sempurnalah sudah sesi perkongsian kisah kejayaan usahawan Perusahaan, Mikro, Kecil dan Sederhana yang berlangsung pada hari ini. Mewakili Kementerian Ekonomi dan SME Corp Malaysia merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah meluangkan masa untuk hadir bersama ke sesi kita pada hari ini. Sama ada yang berada di dalam Dewan Mahkota ini ataupun yang menyaksikan secara langsung di Facebook dan YouTube SME Corp Malaysia. Saya juga mewakili Kementerian Ekonomi merakamkan sekalung ucapan terima kasih kepada SME Corp Malaysia atas kerjasama dan kolaborasi yang diberikan. Untuk makluman, hidangan minum petang turut disediakan di Dewan Perdana. Kepada yang memandu sendiri dan ingin mendapatkan kadar rata flat rate tempat letak kereta, boleh dapatkan cop pengesahan pada tiket parking anda di kaunter di luar Dewan dan kemudian membuat pembayaran di pejabat pengurusan letak kereta yang terletak di basement 1. Pembayaran melalui mesin automatik tidak melayakan anda untuk menikmati kadar rata ini. Sekali lagi terima kasih, selamat pulang, semoga selamat dalam perjalanan, selamat tiba ke destinasi yang dituju. Stay safe, stay healthy. Saya Nur Hidayat Salman dari Kementerian Ekonomi mengundurkan diri. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jumpa lagi. Terima kasih.